Chapter 301. Westboro, Green Park Street. Klein, who already had a light beard around his mouth, wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, a half-top hat, and a black cane. He followed Rogo Carolman into a spacious and bright living room. There was a huge crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, and the walls, corners, and table were decorated with all kinds of golden reliefs and ornaments. The whole place looked gorgeous, exquisite, and extravagant, as expected of a jewelry merchant who lives in Westboro. Klein scanned the oil paintings beside him and sighed inwardly. With every step Rogo took, the fat on his body would jiggle, making people speculate maliciously about when his clothes and pants would burst. But clearly, as a jewelry merchant, he had enough money to buy the best quality clothes. "Detective Moriarty, this is my child, Adel." Rogo stopped at the edge of the carpet and pointed at the 15-year-old boy sitting on the single-seater sofa. As every fireplace in the house had been ignited, and there were metal pipes transmitting heat, the living room was rather warm. It made Klein want to strip down to a shirt and a pair of trousers. However, the boy was wrapped in a thick fur coat, and his legs were covered with a blanket that looked very hot. At that moment, he was lowering his head and hugging himself tightly. He was trembling non-stop, and his dark blue hair seemed to have lost its luster. Luogo glanced at him worriedly and whispered. Upon hearing this, Adel looked up, revealing his pale face, blue lips, and unfocused eyes. Upon hearing this, Adel looked up, revealing his pale face, blue lips, and unfocused eyes. "Protect me, protect me. They're going to kill me. They're going to kill me." His voice became sharper and sharper, and in the end, he covered his ears with both hands and shouted loudly. After a few seconds, he gradually calmed down, and during this process, Klein had already tapped his teeth and secretly activated his spirit vision. He held back the surprise that leaped to the tip of his tongue and carefully examined Adel. He saw that the color of Adel's aura was dyed with a dark black with a hint of green. This was the sign of a vengeful spirit haunting him, or even possessing him. Adel's bad friends are already taking revenge on him. Or perhaps there's no such thing as bad friends at all. He encountered a wraith and was hallucinating. Klein quietly reached out and grabbed Mr. Aztec's copper whistle. He then spread his spirituality and looked away thoughtfully at the others in the living room. Near the oriel window stood a man in a black coat. He was tall and burly, serious, and his waist bulged as if he was hiding a pistol. This should be one of the 6 security personnel. Klein was about to size up the other person when Rogo Karaman introduced him. Detective Kaslana, her assistant, Lydia. Detective Stewart. At this point, Rogo turned his body halfway and pointed at Klein. "This is Detective Sherlock Moriarty." Kaslana was in her 30s. She had black hair, blue eyes, and thick eyebrows. She seemed to be quite a beauty when she was young, but now, due to her slightly sagging cheeks, she didn't look easy to get along with. Her assistant, Lydia, was a red-haired lady in her 20s. She had an excellent figure, but her looks were rather average. The two ladies were dressed in clothes that resembled aristocratic riding uniforms. They wore white shirts that hugged the waist and trousers that were more close-fitting for movement. The only difference was that their collars and cuffs were pleated. In addition, they didn't bother concealing their revolvers at their waist. This reminded Klein of what lawyer Jurgen had said. It was that for a private detective, illegal gun possession was a problem that could be solved with a single investigation. With the difficulty of obtaining a permit for the use of all types of weapons, it was very difficult to obtain one unless one was a noble, a member of parliament, or a high-ranking government employee. Stewart sat opposite Kaslana and Lydia. He didn't have much flesh on his face, but he had a large beard. His light green eyes were abnormally spirited. He was about the same age as Lydia, and his height was close to Klein's. He was a little over 1.7 meters tall and weighed 140 pounds. Stewart had an armpit holster that contained what was clearly a custom-made revolver. After greeting each other in a reserved manner, Klein took off his coat and hat and handed it to the maid beside him. Put it in a place where I can get it quickly. There are some important items inside. In fact, he had already moved the paper figurines, notes, charms, and matchboxes into his trouser pocket. Inside his coat were only herbal powder, extract essence, wallet keys, and the 206 pounds in notes in his wallet. Stuart sat there, turned his head to size up Klein, and chuckled. He chuckled and said, "You didn't bring a gun?" "Gun? This is my gun." Klein smiled as he raised his cane. At the same time, he puffed up his cheeks and mimicked a sound. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Without a thought, Stuart rolled forward. Kaslana and Lydia quickly left the sofa and found a spot to hide. Rogo and the servant beside him were surprised and confused. They didn't understand what had happened. Adol continued to lower his head and tremble. When they saw that Klein was only holding a black cane in his hand and realized that nothing had happened, Kaslana and the others regained their composure and asked with a frown. At the same time, they frowned and asked, "What happened just now?" "Ever since I picked up a pistol and handed it in, I've been learning how to mimic a sound. It looks like the effects aren't bad," Klein replied half-jokingly. "This isn't something fun, Detective Moriarty," Kaslana said in a deep voice. "I just wanted to perform a magic trick for you." Klein lampooned and handed the cane to the maid. He nodded solemnly and said, "I'll be careful." Stuart, who was in the most sorry state just now, did not show any signs of anger. He patted his clothes with interest, stood up, and asked. He patted his clothes with interest and stood up. "Mr. Moriarty, why haven't I heard of you?" He patted his clothes with interest, stood up and asked. "What I mean is, I know quite a lot of people in the detective industry, but I didn't know you before." "I only arrived in Bakeland in early September," Klein explained briefly. "I see." Stuart smiled. "Tonight we'll be in a team of 2. We'll be in charge of the wee hours until tomorrow morning. That won't be a problem, right?" "No," Klein replied with the same smile. "All right, after dinner, you can go and rest. Then, you can take turns in the wee hours of the morning," Kaslana added. Klein took a deep look at the trembling Adol and nodded seriously. Nothing happened the entire afternoon. The worried host and hostess prepared a sumptuous dinner for the detective and the security personnel, but there were no alcoholic beverages. After having his fill, Klein and the bearded young man, Stuart, walked to their guest room on the second floor. Seeing that there was no one around, Stuart shook his head and said, "Sherlock, you should have seen it. Sherlock, you should have seen that Adol's problem isn't that someone wants revenge on him. Brother, you sure are friendly." Klein's expression didn't change as he asked in return, "What do you mean?" "He looks like he has a mental problem, or, according to the villagers, he's being haunted by a ghost or evil spirit. To be frank, I'm very afraid of that." Stuart sighed. "Mr. Koloman should take him to a psychiatrist. If that doesn't work, find a priest of the Lord of Storms and get them to sprinkle holy water and perform a ritual." "You can bring up this suggestion to him," Klein said to the point. "In 2 days, if Adol doesn't get better, I'll consider it." Stuart turned his head to glance at Klein. Klein smiled and said, "That's your problem. That's your problem. I'll end the commission tomorrow." At this moment, the two of them arrived at their destination and entered their respective rooms. 1 in the morning, in Adol's bedroom. Klein sat in a rocking chair, holding Aztec's copper whistle as he quietly looked at the person he was protecting. Stuart was drinking coffee at the desk. The two of them didn't speak, afraid that they would wake up Adol, who had fallen asleep with great difficulty. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. Suddenly, a cold and gloomy intent swept through the room. Adol suddenly sat up and opened his eyes. "What's wrong?" Stuart asked nervously. "Go to the bathroom," Adol replied in a low and ethereal voice. His face seemed to turn paler, and his lips turned purplish. Just as Stuart was about to speak, he saw Sherlock Moriarty stand up and nod at him. "I'll follow him." "All right." Stuart secretly heaved a sigh of relief. With his hands in his pockets, Klein walked one step behind Adel and followed him to the bathroom door 2 rooms away. Adel was just about to close the door when he suddenly saw a figure flash in. "I can't let you out of my sight." "Heh, do whatever you need to do. Pretend I don't exist." Klein smiled as he leaned against the corner of the wall. Adel remained silent. His unfocused gaze swept across the room as he looked at the mirror. He turned on the faucet and allowed the water to flow down. At this moment, Klein took out a box of matches and lit one, as if he wanted to smoke. However, he didn't do so. He blew lightly and let the match turn into an extinguished state. Puff. Klein casually threw the match in front of him and took out another item. Adel, whose back was facing him, suddenly straightened his back. His figure in the mirror was as pale as a corpse. Whoosh! In the bathroom, a cold wind howled. Adel didn't move his waist or his legs. He turned around and stared intently at Klein's left hand, at the exquisite copper whistle that was constantly being thrown and caught. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind suddenly blew at Klein's face. His smile remained unchanged as he snapped his fingers. With a bang, a flame rose from the ground and ignited the invisible figure. The figure only struggled twice before completely dissipating, and the flames extinguished. Klein put away the Aztec copper whistle in his hand and calmly looked at Adel, whose eyes were gradually focusing. Adel seemed to have had a long nightmare, and he finally woke up. He blankly saw a young man in a white shirt, dark trousers, and gold-rimmed glasses standing a few steps away. He saw that the man was leaning against the wall with a smile. Then, he heard a gentle voice. "What exactly happened to you?" Chapter 302. What happened to him? Adel muttered this question in a low voice, unable to recall what he had done in the past few days. He looked around as if he was sleepwalking. Frightened and confused, he asked, "Who are you? Where is this?" "This is your house's bathroom. Don't you recognize it? I'm the private detective responsible for protecting you." Klein looked at the big boy in front of him, who had yet to figure out the situation, and chuckled. "My house. The detective who protects me. What exactly happened?" Adel looked around in shock and muttered to himself. Suddenly, he stopped. His already pale face was dyed with unconcealable fear. Maybe there really are ghosts in this world. There really are ghosts. His voice was rather shaky, but Klein could hear 2 completely different feelings of fear and excitement, which completely matched the color of his emotions. Excited? Was this a boy who deliberately provoked resentful spirits in order to seek excitement? Young people are really bold and not afraid of death. Klein made a preliminary guess, but he asked in confusion, "Ghost?" After becoming a magician, his spirit vision had improved slightly, but not by much. He was still unable to see the surface of the astral projection deep within the ether body, so he was unable to determine if the target was a beyonder. Adel's pale face suddenly turned red. "Yes, ghost." He waved his arms and added, "Beyond our senses there is a wider world. Really, death is not the end of everything." This line. It's indeed from a youth in puberty. But I seem to have seen similar words somewhere before. Klein smiled and said, "I believe in another saying more. In the face of time that is more ancient than ancient, even death itself will vanish." Without waiting for Adel to speak, he took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. "So, how on earth did you get yourself into that state? Just like a mental breakdown patient." Adel tilted his head and pondered for a few seconds. "I joined a club, and it's not an ordinary club. We all believe that death is not the end. Using the secret deed, we can even directly feel death and understand that everything can be reversed. Yes, we believe that the dead can be resurrected." Klein, who had just crawled out of his grave a month ago, laughed dryly. "You're trying to resurrect the dead? Death is not the end. The world beyond the senses. Everything can be turned around. Secret contract enlightenment. Isn't this the doctrine of the charismatic order? These were all created to resurrect the Grim Reaper, he muttered to himself in realization. Yes. Adol's eyes lit up, but he couldn't hide his fear as he nodded. Where did you get the corpses? Klein asked. We would secretly dig up graves that had just been buried for a long time, or buy them from the hospital, Adol said as he recalled. As expected, it's a crime that will get you sent to prison. No wonder Rogo Kalaman didn't want to call the police. What a bold move. Klein maintained his gentle smile and asked, Then, did you succeed? Not yet. At that gathering, the way they looked at me was as if they were looking at a corpse, as if they were thinking of where to place the corresponding secret deed. Then, we danced a spirit dance to communicate with the world beyond the senses. After that, I don't have any memories. Adol's body trembled uncontrollably. Spirit dance? It really is the charismatic order. This fellow became his companion's test subject? Klein frowned slightly and asked, From then on, did your memory end? According to the Nighthawk's internal records, the spirit dance originated from an ancient sacrificial dance. It was popular in the southern continent, and it was a ritual favored by the Grim Reaper. The spirit dance used rhythm, and movements to harmonize spirituality, allowing it to interact with the natural environment and the target it prayed to. Then, combined with a simple altar arrangement and the corresponding honorific name, it achieved the effects of a more complicated ritualistic magic. Yes, Adol replied softly and suddenly looked up. What day is it today? What time is it? 1:12 a.m. on Friday, Klein answered based on his memory. Adol subconsciously took a deep breath and said, I missed a new gathering. They hold a resurrection ritual outside Grimm Cemetery every Friday at 3 in the morning. Grimm Cemetery got its name because it wasn't far from Grimm Garden Street. You still want to go? Have you forgotten what happened during this period of time? Oh, you really don't remember, but you should ask your father, mother, and servants, Klein reminded the youth in front of him. And I might not be able to help you, he added silently in his heart. After this incident, he discovered another weakness of magicians, which was that they lacked the ability to deal with wraiths and shadow-like creatures. Only the ability to control flames could count. After the wraiths possessed a human, expelling and purifying them became even more difficult, unless they planned to kill both the human and the wraith. Of course, Klein wasn't completely helpless in this regard. He could set up ritualistic magic to accomplish similar things, but it would be very troublesome and easily expose himself. It wasn't suitable for actual combat. After some thought, he finally chose to use Aztec's copper whistle to lure the wraiths out and then control the flames to complete the purification. However, the degree of damage wasn't high. If he encountered a more powerful wraith, he might not be able to deal with it. I still lack items or charms to deal with undead creatures. If only I had sealed Artifact 3-0782's mutated sun sacred emblem. Klein's thoughts briefly wandered. Adol suddenly recalled his amnesia, and his face turned pale again as he replied with a trembling voice. He trembled as he replied, No, I don't want to go anymore. I don't want to go anymore. Very good, Klein praised with a smile. Adol looked at his fearless face and subconsciously asked, Aren't you afraid after I said so much? I've said so much, aren't you afraid? Klein stopped leaning against the wall and slowly stood up. He replied in a relaxed tone, As a detective, unless there's concrete evidence, I'd rather not believe it. With that said, he opened the door and walked out, wondering if he should make contact with the charismatic order. After all, it might involve the mystery of Mr. Aztec's origins. Adol stared blankly at the back of the private detective in front of him. After a while, he realized that there was no one else in the bathroom except for him. The moonlight outside was dim, illuminating the inside of the bathroom. It was as if something invisible was lurking and watching. He shuddered violently and hurriedly called out, Come on! Wait for me! As he spoke, Adol quickened his pace and rushed out of the bathroom, following closely behind Klein. Knowing fear, there's still hope," Klein mumbled as he stuffed his hands into his pockets. After returning to his bedroom, Stuart didn't realize that Adel had recovered. He was still frightened by the ghost story he had imagined, and he didn't dare to walk around. When Adel fell asleep again, Klein took out a copper penny and let it spin between his fingers. When it was nearly 50-2, he tossed the coin and caught it. Then he stood up and said to Stuart in a low voice, "I'll go to the balcony for a smoke." "Hurry up," Stuart urged, a little tense. Klein put on his long suit and slowly left the room. He came to the balcony at the end of the corridor and hid in the shadows. Then, he took out a relatively crudely cut paper figurine. But Klein shook his wrist violently, causing the paper to emit a crisp sound. It rapidly expanded and transformed into a person. The dummy was the same height as Klein. Its facial features were identical, and there was no difference in its clothes. From afar, it looked like an exquisitely carved wax figurine. This was one of the applications of the paper figurine substitute technique. Following that, Klein focused, clenched his right fist, and lightly knocked on his body. Silently, the dummy felt alive. It even had a red cigarette in its mouth, and the fragrance of tobacco filled the air. Using a dummy as a support, this illusion can last for half an hour. Magicians! Klein put on his gloves, pressed down, and slid down the balcony stealthily, avoiding the patrolling security guards. Outside Grimm Cemetery, in a secluded forest, Klein stood in the canopy of a tree, looking out at a relatively open and flat area not far away. Beside him were evergreen leaves and brown branches, but their surfaces were stained with grayish-white dust. As far as Klein could see, 7 or 8 young men and women in black robes were dancing a strange dance around a corpse that was slightly twitching and a little deranged. The dance was rhythmic and seemed to have a certain mysterious flavor to it. The girl swung her long hair, and the boy knelt on the ground and stretched out his hand. This scene seemed to have a subtle connection with the surrounding environment. It was a natural rhythm. After they danced for 3 to 4 minutes, everything within a 10-meter radius was tainted with a wild and bewildering aura. The atmosphere gradually became evil, mixed with a hint of holiness. It's indeed a spirit dance. Ritualistic magic that even ordinary people can participate in. Klein shifted his gaze and looked at the black-robed man who was immersed in chanting an incantation beside the corpse. He was the one who had been instructing the boys and girls on how to perform the spirit dance. He should be a member of the charismatic order, and there's a high chance he's a Beyonder. Klein nodded indiscernibly, planning to watch how the other party would conduct the resurrection ritual. At this moment, the dance reached its climax. The adult black-robed man raised his head and took off his wig, revealing a few strange tattoos engraved on his bald head. He raised his hands and shouted, "Death! Honorable death! Return soon!" After he finished shouting, the dance stopped. The 7 or 8 young men and women stood on each side, their expressions blurry, expectant, excited, and fearful. Then, the black-robed man bent down, opened the iron cage beside his feet, and carried out a black object. Klein focused and saw that it was a black cat with blue eyes. Is that even possible? He was obviously stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of the various folklore about black cats. For example, when the black cat, which symbolized evil and hell's emissary, jumped over a corpse, the corpse would be awakened. This was the first time Klein had seen someone use such a method in a ritual. The black-robed man took a step forward, stopped the black cat in his arms from struggling, and threw it towards the corpse. Meow. The black cat's fur stood on end, and it meowed loudly as it jumped over the corpse. At this moment, Klein felt that he understood the cat's language. He believed that it must be saying 3 words, MMP. Chapter 303. Meow. The black cat's meow echoed in the open space surrounded by the secluded forest. Be it the adult black-robed man or the 15 or 16-year-old boys and girls, all of them cast their gazes at the corpse lying in the middle. A cold gust of wind blew as the black cat landed on the ground. It stared intently at the human who had thrown it out and kept sweeping its tail. Suddenly, its fur stood on end again. Then, it exerted strength in its legs and leaped up, running in another direction. Unfortunately, its actions did not attract the slightest bit of attention. All the humans present were focused on the motionless corpse. Time ticked by, but the corpse didn't undergo any changes that were worth looking forward to. Did it fail again? A youth approached, squatted down, and poked the corpse's skin with his finger. There's no reaction. He turned his body halfway and said to the black-robed man and his companions. At this moment, he felt a gust of wind blowing from the bottom to the top of his face. With a whoosh, the corpse sat up. The youth jumped in fright before he cheered in pleasant surprise. Success! Success! Before he could finish his sentence, the corpse suddenly grabbed his shoulder and pulled him into its embrace. Then, it opened its mouth and bit down, producing a crunching sound as blood gushed out. Save me! The youth screamed in horror as he used all his strength to retreat, but he was unable to break free. The corpse raised its head, revealing its white teeth, as well as the bits of flesh hanging in between its teeth and the blood that flowed down its mouth. The black-robed man was first taken aback before he took out a brass whistle, placed it in his mouth, and blew it. Following that, he said in Hermes, "In the name of death, I command you." As his voice echoed, the corpse stopped gnawing and momentarily froze on the spot. The youth, whose neck and shoulder had been bitten into a bloody mess, was also limp, as though he had lost his soul. The soil around his lower body was moist. "It really works," the black-robed man muttered in pleasant surprise. He pointed at the corpse and said in Hermes again, "Get up!" The corpse suddenly stood up, flung its arms, and ran deep into the secluded forest. "Come back!" the black-robed man shouted in surprise, but he didn't notice any signs of the corpse stopping. He blew the whistle again and shouted in a dignified voice, "I command you to return in the name of the Grim Reaper." Following his words, the dead body disappeared into the trees. "I told you to come back." The black-robed man was stunned on the spot and muttered to himself. In the forest, Klein held Aztec's copper whistle and matchbox in one hand. He lit the matches with the other hand and flicked them out with a flick of his wrist before throwing them on the ground. During this process, he moved backward in an arc thud thud thud. The corpse with a pale face and a foul stench rushed over, its lifeless eyes staring straight at the ancient and exquisite copper whistle. Klein puffed up his cheeks as he retreated. He aimed at the corpse and simulated his voice. Bang! The corpse suddenly swayed, and a piercing wound appeared on its chest. Bang! Klein puffed his cheeks again and fired another air bomb. Puff! Half of the corpse's head was broken, and there was rotten liquid dripping from it. However, this wasn't a fatal injury. It only paused for a moment before appearing again. Seeing this, Klein took a step back and made a noise. Puff! A bright flame rose from the ground and enveloped the corpse, igniting its clothes. Thud thud thud! Thud thud thud! The corpse rushed through the flames and continued to move forward like a mad bull. Puff! 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 Klein snapped his fingers, causing scarlet flames to rise from the ground. The corpse rushed through the flames without feeling any pain. Its body gradually began to burn more and more intensely, giving off a strange feeling like a melting candle. Finally, the corpse that had turned into a torch rushed in front of Klein and clawed at him. At the same time, a flame rose and enveloped it and Klein at the same time. The corpse grabbed Klein's shoulder, but all it did was squeeze out sparks. Klein's figure dissipated in the scarlet flames and appeared at the farthest bonfire. The corpse seemed to have used up all its strength and stopped struggling. It quickly melted in the dark green flames, turning into ashes and wax. "He's stronger than all the zombies and wraiths I've encountered before." "Well, he's not as good as Mr. Aztec's descendant. If it weren't for me, they would all have died here today." Klein shook his head and walked through the forest toward the open field. At this time, The man in the black robe had already noticed the changes in the forest. Without hesitation, he turned around and fled. The 7 or 8 young men and women first scattered, but as they ran, they realized that they were the only ones around, so they timidly stopped, returned to their original spots, and gathered together. Having just experienced the corpse being awakened and being gnawed on, they really didn't dare to run in the dark of the night alone. This would make them feel a chill at the back of their neck. They looked at each other, but none of them dared to help the youth whose neck and shoulders were a bloody mess. They were afraid that he would turn into a zombie at any moment. In the brief silence that made their hearts beat like drums, they were surprised to see a clown in exaggerated clothes with red, yellow, and white paint walk out of the forest. This was an illusion created directly by Klein. He surveyed the area and didn't chase after the black-robed man. He hoarsely asked, "Who was the one who presided over the ritual just now?" "Who?" The young men and women seemed to be in a daze. After a few seconds, a trembling boy was pushed out and answered, "He's our ancient Faceac teacher, Kapusky Reed. He claims to have a deep understanding of death, and he wants to lead us in search of the mysteries of eternal life." "So he's our teacher in ancient Faceac. The mysteries of eternal life? So he's a teacher in school. The mysteries of eternal life? There's really no need to pay taxes for bragging. From the looks of it, this fellow isn't a spirit medium. At most, he's a gravedigger. He might even be a sequence 9, a corpse collector. Of course, he might not be from the death pathway, and he only joined the charismatic order because of his worship." After Klein asked where Kapusky lived, he thought for a moment and said, "Go back. Don't participate in such matters again. Don't leak it out. Otherwise, all of you will die." Then, he emphasized again, "Don't worry. All of you will die." The young men and women, who had been scared out of their wits by what had just happened, nodded frantically. They leaned on each other and prepared to leave. At this moment, a young girl with smooth hair pointed at her companion who was moaning in pain on the ground. "Is he all right?" "He won't die for now, but he has to be taken to a doctor. Just say that he was bitten by a hyena that often eats rotten meat." Klein ignored them and returned to the forest. The young men and women looked at each other, and someone blurted out a question. Excuse me, how should I address you?" Klein smiled and deliberately misled the other party by replying in a deep voice, "That's right. I'm just a gatekeeper of hell." As he spoke, a mist suddenly spread out, and his figure disappeared from where he stood. Of course, this was all an illusion. Gatekeeper of hell? The young man and woman repeated the words softly, each with their own thoughts. However, after a gust of bone-chilling cold wind blew past, they shivered once again. They helped their companions up and left the place without daring to look back. This is a member of the charismatic order? How disappointing! If he hadn't abandoned his current identity, I would have visited him in the middle of the night when I'm free to see what he knows. Yes, I have to teach him a lesson so that he won't dare to harm the students again. Are spirit dances and resurrection rituals to be fooled around? Klein habitually made judgments from the perspective of a nighthawk. Soon, he returned to Rogo Koloman's mansion and patiently waited for the security personnel to move. As soon as he found an opportunity, he immediately climbed over the fence, quickly approached the house through the shadows, and quietly climbed onto the balcony. At this moment, the dummy disguised as him was still smoking. Puff! Klein snapped his fingers. The figure in front of him immediately turned into a thin piece of paper and floated into his palm. Compared to before, this piece of paper was covered in rusty red marks. It could no longer be used. Klein didn't dare to throw it away. He folded it and stuffed it into his pocket. After doing all of this, he leisurely stepped into the corridor and returned to Adel's bedroom. "What took you so long?" Stuart asked with a trembling voice. He had gone to the door to investigate and found Sherlock Moriarty smoking one cigarette after another, but he didn't dare leave the bedroom because of his duty. Klein smiled and said, "Take a break and relax. Take a break and relax. You can come too. I don't mind. Stuart was about to agree when he suddenly realized that he would be the only one on the balcony. He would be surrounded by the darkness of the night, the light that wasn't bright enough, and the cold wind. It was an environment that always reminded people of ghost stories. Therefore, he forced a smile. It's fine. I don't need it. Klein smiled without a word. He sat down again and let the reclining chair rock slowly in the dark night. The shaking lasted until daybreak, and nothing else happened. Adel woke up and sat on the bed, lost in thought. Klein didn't say anything. He swapped places with Kaslana and her female assistant and slowly walked to the guest room to catch up on his sleep. In the midst of his slumber, he heard Rogo Caroman exclaim in a loud voice of surprise and delight, "Oh, my child, are you all right? Holy Lord of Storms, I want to donate £300 to the church." "Why, you're saying that they won't come to kill you? Did you misunderstand? £300? How extravagant!" Klein turned over and hugged the soft and warm blanket as he mumbled. Then, he continued to sleep soundly. At noon, Klein went downstairs for lunch. Kaslana sat opposite him and asked with a frown, "Did anything happen last night? Did anything happen last night?" "No," Klein answered succinctly, then he smiled and said, "Does Adel waking up and going to the bathroom count?" Beside him, Stuart slowed down and nodded in agreement. Kaslana's gaze swept across their faces, then she retracted it and replied in a deep voice, "No." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he skillfully cut the steak. Chapter 304. Not long after Klein and the others had lunch, the detective who had applied for leave returned to Green Garden Street. This meant that the commission he had accepted had come to an end. As Adel's situation had clearly improved, Rogo Karaman was rather generous when settling his payment. It was a full 50% premium on the base price of £10. As expected of a jewelry merchant, he's really generous. However, compared to the others in Westboro and Empressboro, he's not that rich. Green Garden Street is close to the suburbs, and it's not even far from the cemetery. I can reach it in 10 minutes if I run at full speed. Miss Bodyguard, no, Miss Sharon, is most likely a sequence 5 beyonder. The standard fee is £1,000 for 3 days, and as a sequence 7 beyonder, I only get £15 a day. The difference is still quite big. Of course, if I can have such a mission every day, my annual income will exceed £5,400. I'll be at the top of the middle class. The first manager of Bakelin Bank only gets £5,000 a year. This is just pure fantasy. To most detectives, it's really a case of not working for a week, but when you do, you can eat for a week. And the beyonder ingredients I need to advance to sequence 6 definitely add up to more than £3,000. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. To ordinary people, this is a huge sum of wealth. A huge sum of wealth that can maintain a good life for the rest of their lives. The good news is that even if I master the acting method, digesting a sequence 7 potion will take 6 to 3 months. Even if I can quickly summarize the rules of magicians, I'll only be 1 or 2 months ahead of the minimum limit. I still have enough time to save money and search for clues to the ingredients. Wait, Miss Justice still owes me, my adore £5,000, however, her recent financial situation isn't too good. It'll be difficult for her to fork out such a large sum of money in the next few months. With the 3 £5 notes in hand, Klein left Westboro with his thoughts wandering. After returning to Minsk Street, he quickly burned the paper figurines he had used and added 2 more. In the evening, he took the steam subway to the Bakelin Bridge area and knocked on the door of the gathering house according to the numbers provided in the newspaper. Just like the previous few times, he wore an iron mask that only covered the upper half of his face and a hooded black robe. Under the guidance of an attendant, he entered the activity room with only 1 candle burning quietly. At a glance, Klein realized that the number of beyonders at this gathering was nearly halved compared to the past. "I'm on time," Are the others late? This time, Klein did not change his walking posture and habit. He picked a corner seat and slowly sat down. After a few minutes, Eye of Wisdom cleared his throat. Let's start the party. The others probably won't be coming. At this point, he gave a brief explanation. As the serial killer has yet to be found, most of the Beyonders from the Nighthawks, mandated Punishers, Machinery Hive Mind, and MI9 have been sent out to conduct a large-scale investigation and search. In this situation, it's very normal and understandable that those friends are unwilling to go out and participate in the gathering. Frankly speaking, there are more people here today than I expected. Indeed, the circle of Beyonders isn't isolated. It's also affected by current events. Klein looked around and saw that the chubby apothecary wasn't absent. He immediately felt relieved. The apothecary pushed up the metal mask on his face and shouted without much hope, looking to buy Spring of the Elves marrow crystals. The price is negotiable. I have it, Klein said without hesitation. He was worried that others would also find such a Beyonder ingredient, causing his goods to be overstocked. Although Beyonder ingredients were scarce, and it was rare for there to be repeated cases in individual circles, it was better to be safe than sorry. Looking to buy Spring of the Elves marrow crystals. The apothecary didn't seem to hear a response. Midway through his sentence, he suddenly froze. He turned his head to look at Klein and blurted out a question with a burning gaze. With a burning gaze he blurted out, "You have it?" "Yes." Klein couldn't withstand the other party's burning gaze. As he answered affirmatively, he rolled up his black robe and took out an iron cigar case. Puff. Klein opened the cigar case, revealing the faded egg-like Spring of the Elves marrow crystals. "If you're worried, you can get Eye of Wisdom to appraise it," Klein added in a deep voice. This wasn't really necessary, because it was obvious at a glance if it was a Beyonder ingredient, and once it was in hand, it could be quickly discovered if it had been contaminated. However, if one's knowledge in mysticism wasn't rich enough, Beyonders could easily mix similar ingredients together. At such times, an appraisal would be needed. The apothecary looked at the Beyonder ingredient in Klein's hand as though he was looking at a beautiful lady he had been drooling over. "No, there's no need." "That's it. That's it." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up slightly as he offered a price. £300, as well as clues to the apothecary formula. Clues to the apothecary formula. It's you. The apothecary was stunned for a moment before he finally understood who the person opposite him was. It was the guy who made him come all this way with sedatives. Soon after, he felt extremely pained and regretful to the extreme as he sighed with emotion. "You're indeed a lucky guy. Why didn't I choose that path of luck back then? After all, I'm the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Klein lampooned himself. The apothecary sighed and changed his sitting posture. "That's too expensive. £200 and a clue to the formula." "The clue to the formula is only incidental because I can't confirm its authenticity. Therefore, £300, not a penny less. I believe there should be people who need it elsewhere." Klein smiled. "This price is actually very fair. If it were anyone else, they might offer £400 or even £500, and you might accept it. I'm not that stupid. I can still wait." The apothecary mumbled. "The clue can be appraised by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom. It has to be something that exists objectively and with detailed details. Only then can I appraise it. Simple clues aren't included," old Mr. Eye of Wisdom reminded him. "And divination can roughly determine if a clue is effective, as long as it doesn't involve a power that's 2 or 3 levels higher than one's." Klein muttered to himself silently. However, he wouldn't reveal that he was good at divination at a Beyonder gathering. "All right. £300 and clues. You've struck it rich." The apothecary took a deep breath and took out a thick stack of cash. He counted out the corresponding amount, then got the attendant to bring him a pen and paper. He buried himself in writing. After he was done with the clue, He crumpled the paper into a ball and handed it to the attendant along with the cash and a few other items. When the attendant came over, Klein glanced at it and was suddenly stunned. Apart from the cash and clues, there were also 4 glass tubes filled with what appeared to be a pure liquid. "What's this?" Klein asked, puzzled. "Have you forgotten? The sedatives you want are specially made by me. Each tube costs 10 soldi and 4 tubes cost £2. So, the cash is £298, the apothecary replied. "If you're worried about my sedatives, you can apply for an appraisal." "I really forgot. I did that to gain Miss Sharon's trust, and she's not here now." That's fine. Having sedatives on hand might be able to deal with some unexpected situations." Klein didn't say another word. He shook out the marrow crystal of the Spring of the Elves and took the items. He counted the cash in front of everyone and used the weak candlelight to verify its authenticity. A total of £298. That's right. Seeing that his wallet couldn't hold any more cash, Klein had no choice but to roll up the notes and stuff them into his pocket. After putting away the sedatives, he unfolded the note and glanced at the clue. "South of the bridge, Rose Street, Harvest Church. Find Bishop Utravsky. As long as you can help him complete a mission, you might be able to obtain the apothecary formula." Harvest Church. This is one of the few churches of the Church of Earth Mother in the kingdom, and this church holds the 2 Beyonder pathways of planter and apothecary. The clues match very well. Klein folded the note thoughtfully. As the gathering progressed, the female Beyonder with the artisan backing her didn't make a sound. It was unknown if she didn't attend or if she hadn't obtained a new Beyonder weapon, but she didn't make a sound. This disappointed Klein. He now had £509 in cash, so he could think about equipment. After many transactions failed, a man sitting on a high stool said in a deep voice, "I have a friend who was unfortunately discovered during this investigation. I have a friend who was unfortunately discovered during this major investigation. The mandated punishers locked him in the basement of a certain storm cathedral. I would like to invite a few helpers to rescue him." Eye of Wisdom immediately replied, "Stray Dog, give up on this plan. The mandated punishers and sealed artifacts of a storm cathedral are enough to destroy all of us here. Your friend's outcome has already been decided. Don't let yourself fall into the same desperate situation." Stray Dog looked around and realized that no one was responding. He couldn't help but pound his thigh and growl. Wild Dog looked around and realized that no one was responding to him. He could not help but beat his thigh heavily and growled, "But what exactly did he do wrong? He is an excellent physician. He has saved many patients. He has never hurt anyone. Just because I consumed the potion and became a Beyonder, I'll be imprisoned in a place where I'll never see the sun and even become a mandated punisher's experimental subject?" "Why?" Wild Dog's painful and desperate question echoed in the room. Even Apothecary, who could never keep his mouth shut, remained silent. Sigh. The former official Beyonder, Klein, could only sigh inwardly. Without publicizing the acting method, unaffiliated Beyonders are time bombs, but if the acting method is popularized, the situation might be even more chaotic and bloody. After all, Beyonder characteristics are indestructible and conserved in this depressing atmosphere. The gathering came to an end. Klein, who had nothing else to gain, opened his mouth again. "Does anyone have bullets with different transcendent effects? For example, purification effect, demon hunting effect, etc." He didn't specifically ask for the caliber of the bullets because he didn't have a gun right now. He could wait until he bought the bullets before making them. In the silence, a female Beyonder who was also sitting in the corner replied in a low voice, "I can help you ask. I'll give you an answer at the next gathering." "It seems to be the lady with the artisan backing her." Klein exhaled. "All right." After the gathering ended, he didn't directly return to Minsk Street. Instead, he went to Eastborough, changed his clothes, and headed for the border between Northborough and Hillston Borough. Chapter 305. Northborough, Alcala Street. Kapusky Reed was sitting in a reclining chair in the activity room, lost in thought. Beside him was a fireplace burning with charcoal. As a senior teacher at a public school, his weekly salary was more than £4. This was enough for him to lead a rather good life as a single person. However, the clothes he wore at home had many patches, and the teacup on the table was very simple. Without taking off his wig, Kapusky's most eye-catching features were his high cheekbones and slightly protruding breasts, a deformity where the sternum protruded forward. On his knee was a poetry collection written in ancient Fasak, but he hadn't flipped a single page for a long time. Kapusky's eyes were unfocused. Suddenly, he heard someone chuckle in his ear. "I'm very puzzled. You didn't escape and stayed at home. Aren't you afraid of the police coming?" The voice was low and hoarse, like a boy going through puberty. Kapusky trembled and nearly jumped out of the reclining chair. He turned his head abruptly and saw a figure sitting on the sofa a few steps away. The figure was wearing a summer linen shirt and thin trousers. His face was hazy, making it impossible to see him clearly. Who are you? What are you doing here?" Kapusky asked as he gripped the armrest tightly. Klein, who had used his hallucination powers, leaned back, clasped his hands, and leisurely said, "Last night, heh. Last night, ha. It should be early this morning. I just saved you." "Saved us?" Seeing that the other party didn't seem to have any ill intentions, Kapusky relaxed a little. "You're the person in the forest? You finished off the corpse we awakened?" As he spoke, he moved rather awkwardly, showing obvious fear. "He was able to sneak in without me noticing when I was awake. I definitely couldn't resist." Such thoughts quickly flashed through Kapusky's mind. "You're lucky that I happened to pass by. Otherwise, there would be corpses strewn all over the ground, corpses that had been torn to shreds." Klein smiled. "Back to our previous question, I'm very curious. You actually dared to stay at home. Do you know what crime you've committed?" From Kapusky's performance before and after the resurrection ritual, he had confirmed that he was a rookie. It was impossible for him to have the skill to hide the color of his true emotions. Therefore, he planned on using questioning and spirit vision to figure out the whole story. At most, he would use divination to verify it. I know, buying corpses privately, robbing graves, these are all crimes that can land me in jail for more than 10 years, and I will definitely be punished by the church." Kapusky, who looked less than 30 years old, took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. "However, as long as I don't cause too much of a problem, those children and their parents won't report me because they did the same thing. Even if they do meritorious deeds and turn themselves in, they'll still end up in prison for a period of time." "Heh!" Kapusky laughed self-deprecatingly. "Some children have already told their parents my identity. They got the gang to warn me to resign within a week and stay away from school." I agreed. Klein nodded slightly. "It's a good thing to have a change of environment. Of course, don't do such things again. Bewitching ignorant children to commit crimes is an extremely evil act. No, never again. I actually didn't expect it to be so dangerous. I just saw that they had the same hobbies as me, so I wanted to teach them and lead them in search of the secret to eternal life. As for digging graves, many doctors have done it a long time ago." Kapusky sighed with lingering fear. The color of his emotions matches his current state. He doesn't sound like a member of the charismatic order. Klein thought for a moment and asked bluntly, "Where did you learn the spirit dance?" "Where did you learn the spirit dance?" "Spirit dance? I call it the dance of death." Kapusky was first taken aback before he came to a realization. "It was taught to me by an old gentleman." "An old gentleman?" Klein pressed. Kapusky fell into a daze from his memories. "He was a tramp who fainted in front of my house due to a serious illness. I didn't know that he was sick back then. I thought that he had simply fainted, so I helped him home, gave him a hot towel, and applied some ointment on him. After he woke up, He told me not to send him to the hospital or clinic. He also mentioned that death wasn't the end. I've experienced the death of my parents and a few other relatives, so I'm very interested in similar things. So, I chatted with him and realized that he had profound knowledge and an admirable philosophy in this area. He seemed to be very satisfied with my curiosity. In the end, he even performed a miracle of killing a mosquito and waking it up. This opening, I've read at least 10 similar novels in my previous life. They were all about kindly picking up a dying grandpa and then having a fortuitous encounter. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. So, you left him at home? Kapusky nodded solemnly. Yes. If it weren't for the lack of time, I even wanted to become his student. In those few days, he taught me the dance of death and taught me a lot of knowledge. Unfortunately, the time was too short. Just as I entered the state, he died, leaving behind only a copper whistle. Before he could finish his sentence, Kapusky took out an exquisite copper whistle that didn't look old. This is it. I have one too. It's probably at the ancestor level. Klein lampooned and asked thoughtfully, How long ago was this? What did he look like? What did he look like? Where did you bury him? Half a year ago. His most obvious characteristic was his white hair and the red spots on the side of his face. He got me to bury him in the garden at the back, Kapusky said after doing some calculations. It's not Mr. Aztec, but there's a high chance that he's a member of the charismatic order. His sequence might not be low. Klein then asked, Apart from the spirit dance, you've only learned the resurrection ritual? I've only learned half of that ritual. I can only improve it bit by bit based on scattered knowledge and folklore, Kapusky answered very honestly. Improve it based on folklore? Oh, that poor black cat. May the goddess bless you. Klein resisted the urge to draw the crimson moon on his chest. Other than that? He pressed. Yes, there's also this copper whistle. I think it's the key to communicating with the world beyond your senses. Kapusky raised his hand to blow at it and said wistfully, Every time I blow it, I can feel my surroundings turn cold. I feel like someone is watching me, and I feel like someone is pulling at me. As he spoke, Klein, who had his spirit vision activated, saw rippling patterns on the ground. A cold aura emanated as the furnace fire and light dimmed a little. Right on the heels of that, a skull with 3 dead fish eyes appeared. Around the skull were black, segmented tentacles that tangled around it. A tentacle reached out, occasionally touching Kapusky's leg and tugging at his clothes. It appeared rather anxious, but Kapusky didn't respond at all, as though he didn't notice it at all. This is a messenger, right? The copper whistle is used to summon the corresponding messenger. Why did you summon it without giving it a letter? Klein was a little stunned. At this moment, Kapusky looked at him excitedly. Do you feel it? The surroundings have turned cold. The gas lamp has also dimmed. It's true. Someone is watching me and pulling at me. The horrible-looking messenger tried his best to touch Kapusky again and again, but in the end, he didn't receive a letter. He helplessly burrowed back into the underground. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he silently muttered to himself, I take back what I just said. He's not a noob. He's a noob. He's a noob miser. He's not a beyonder at all. I previously thought that he was someone who had just learned the basics of mysticism, but from the looks of it, he hasn't even found the door. A Sequence 9 corpse collector of the death pathway can directly see ghosts and spirit bodies, combined with Kapusky's use of the copper whistle to command the zombies after the ritual. Klein was completely convinced that he wasn't lying. He couldn't help but sigh silently. Soon after, he thought of a question. If I write a note to the messenger, where will it go? A true member of the charismatic order? A senior member? Suppressing this thought, Klein nodded. It has indeed become gloomy. After replying, he quickly changed the topic. Have you felt anything unusual since the old man died? Not before, but in the past 2 weeks I occasionally feel that someone around me is like a corpse, the kind that can be awakened. Kapusky asked, half afraid and half puzzled, "Is this an illusion?" "It matches what Adel said. He wasn't lying." Klein glanced at the color of Kapusky's aura and sincerely reminded him, "Don't worry. I suggest that for the next 2 months you go to the church at least 3 times a week to attend Mass and listen to prayers. If you don't want to do that, you can reserve a grave for yourself first." "All right," Kapusky replied, a little disappointed. He thought it was a sign that he had improved. Klein thought for a moment and said in a commanding tone, "Take me to the old man's corpse." All right." Kapusky wanted to refuse, but he instantly recognized reality. He took his tools and led Klein out the back door of the kitchen, into the withered garden, and stopped in front of a crooked tree. Klein stood by the side and watched Kapusky skillfully dig through the soil, revealing the stone slab beneath. After finishing the upper layer, Kapusky used his tools to pry open the stone slab. The stone slab pressed down on the soil that had just been dug out, and the not-so-deep grave was illuminated by the crimson moonlight that faintly penetrated the clouds. Kapusky subconsciously looked over and suddenly screamed. He took a few steps back and fell to the ground. Chapter 306. White Feathers. Klein looked at the tomb without any bones and suddenly thought of a word. Angel! The books of the 7 major churches were filled with legends about angels and saints. One of the characteristics of the former was that they had 1, 2, 3, or even 6 pairs of pure white wings on their backs. However, in the blink of an eye, Klein remembered something from the past. Mr. Aztec had once described his dream to him, describing the dream that seemed to be a lifetime of life. One of the scenes was in a dark mausoleum. There were many open ancient coffins, and inside the coffins were corpses with white feathers on their backs. Is this a special manifestation of the death pathway, or is it a strange phenomenon caused by charismatic order? Klein did not speak. He restrained his emotions and calmly looked at the white feather at the bottom of the grave that was stained with yellow oil. His initial judgment was that the old gentleman wasn't an angel. This was because a terrifying sequence 2 or even sequence 1 beyonder would definitely have a strong impact on their surroundings after their death. For example, the saint's ashes behind Tingen City's Chinese gate would extend out a nearly invisible black and cold thread to seal the surrounding people and objects. Of course, it was also possible that he wasn't really dead, just like Mr. Aztec. Klein bent down and picked up 3 white feathers with his black-gloved right hand. He planned to do a divination above the gray fog after returning home. At this moment, Kapusky recovered and scrambled to Klein's side. He looked at the tomb with a hint of fear. "Where's the corpse?" Klein turned his head to look at him and said in a low voice, "Maybe he left on his own." "He left on his own," Kapusky repeated in horror, fully realizing how terrifying it was for the dead to wake up. His legs were trembling, and he muttered to himself, But, I didn't use the resurrection ritual on him." Klein turned around and stared at him for a few seconds. "Death is not the end. Death is not the end. Death is not the end." Kapusky was frightened by his belief and blurted out, Will he come back?" "Yes, there's a high chance that the messenger summoned by the copper whistle corresponds to that old gentleman. In other words, giving a note to the messenger is equivalent to sending a letter to that old gentleman, to a person who's been dead for almost half a year. I wonder where he's gone or what state he's in now." Klein casually mentioned Kapusky's question. "That's right. Don't blow that copper whistle again." "Are you saying that the copper whistle will attract him back?" Kapusky asked fearfully. Without waiting for Klein's reply, he continued to make a request. Can you help me throw this copper whistle into the Tussock River? If you can't, I'll go by myself. Weren't you interested in the philosophy of death before?" Klein cursed inwardly and reached out to take the copper whistle that belonged to Kapusky. He planned on trying to send a letter to the dead man under suitable conditions to see what would happen. Of course, the premise of all of this was that he was certain that there wasn't too much danger. After instructing Kapusky to fill in the grave, Klein exchanged some spirit dance and the corresponding mysticism knowledge with him, enriching his own knowledge. He also learned that when Kapusky buried the old gentleman, he had followed the old gentleman's will and allowed the corpse to lie face down. Under certain special circumstances, using spirit dance to replace a portion of the cumbersome setup of ritualistic magic will be more effective and simpler. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Klein warned Kapusky to stop messing around with the so-called resurrection ritual. Following that, he left the street from the garden and took a long detour before taking a carriage to Eastborough. After changing into his previous clothes, he returned to Minsk Street and entered his bedroom. After a series of actions, he brought the 3 white feathers and Kapusky's copper whistle above the gray fog. Sitting in the high-backed chair belonging to the fool, Klein conjured a pen and paper and wrote down the divination statement he had long thought of. Its origins. Right on the heels of that, he held the 3 white feathers and leaned back in his chair. As he chanted, Klein entered a dream. His surroundings were hazy and grayish-white. In such a world there was a thick, lightless darkness. Suddenly, the darkness was dyed crimson as a bone-white hand reached out from the yellowish-brown soil. A figure slowly climbed up. He didn't lift the stone slabs or stir the soil. Instead, he penetrated outwards. Under the crimson moonlight, the back of the figure's clothes were tattered, and white feathers grew out. The white-haired figure turned his head slightly, revealing the obvious red spots on his face, as well as his blank and emotionless eyes. He took a step forward and passed through the fence with great difficulty, heading deep into the darkness. He walked further and further until he disappeared. The dream shattered and Klein woke up. White feathers really grew out of the corpse's back. Its state is very similar to Miss Sharon's, but there's a clear difference. It gives off a very heavy and corporeal feeling, not an illusion. It seems to be able to transform between a human and a spirit body in a semi-natural and incomplete manner. An envoy that communicates with the real world and the spirit world's underworld? Klein tapped the edge of the long table and pondered for a while. Right on the heels of that, he divined if there was any danger in using Kapusky's copper whistle to send a letter, and he received a positive answer. Furthermore, the spirit pendulum's rotation was very large and fast. It's a pity that I can't use the copper whistle directly above the gray fog. The messenger can't come in at all, otherwise there wouldn't be any danger. Klein muttered to himself as he fell into the gray fog and returned to the real world. Early in the morning, in a relatively fresh forest in Empress Borough, a round-faced apothecary in his 30s appeared in a secluded corner and stored the herbs he had secretly planted into a leather bag he carried with him. After completing his mission for the day, he straightened his back, stretched his body, and muttered to himself in satisfaction, "That's right." He muttered to himself in satisfaction, "Indeed, my physique has improved. It's no longer like before, where I only had a higher resistance to poison. However, why is my sequence 8 beast tamer? What has this got to do with apothecary? Well, an apothecary tames and uses plants and parts of animals that have lost their lives. A beast tamer tames and uses living animals, including beyonder creatures? Then, will my sequence 7 be able to tame and use humans? Old man didn't even tell me the name of sequence 7, nor did he give me the formula. When I stabilize, I'll have to try contacting him. The apothecary punched and kicked as he adapted to his strengthened body. He only stopped when he was exhausted. Phew! As he panted, he began to consider a serious question. How should he act as a beast tamer? Beast tamer? What should I do? Find an animal to tame? As the apothecary mumbled, he suddenly sensed something and looked towards the artificial lake. There was a huge golden retriever running happily. As if sensing his gaze, the golden retriever suddenly turned its head and looked over. Their gazes collided in midair, and the large golden retriever froze for a moment. Then, it nimbly turned around and disappeared without a trace. Inside the Earl of Hall's luxurious villa, Susie returned to the piano room and crouched beside Audrey's feet. She stuck out her tongue and panted heavily. After the blonde girl finished playing a song, it said with lingering fear, "Audrey, I met a scary guy. His eyes were scary." "Is that so? What does he want to do to you?" Audrey asked curiously and with concern. Susie thought seriously and said, "I don't know either. In short, he's dangerous. That's my intuition." "What does he look like?" Audrey was considering if she should let the guards and attendants at home warn the man. "I didn't see him clearly. I feel that he's my natural enemy," Susie answered seriously. "Your natural enemy? The bane of dogs?" Audrey revealed a reserved smile. "Susie, don't go to that forest for the time being." "Woof, Audrey, were you in a bad mood just now? I could tell from the sound of your piano," Susie asked. Audrey nodded slightly and said, "Yes, I just received news from Glaint." I just received news from Glaint. Furs and Zio told me that tonight's gathering has been cancelled. I was planning to exchange for Beyonder ingredients for you, and try to come into contact with people from psychological alchemy," she added silently in her heart. "Why?" Susie asked, puzzled. Audrey thought for a moment before answering. "I heard it's because of the serial murders. On a Saturday morning, the air in Bakeland was as bad as usual. Klein was trying to make a pasta dish that he loved to eat when he was young. For this, he bought high-quality flour, added water and sugar, and mixed it into a thin paste. Then, he poured oil into the pot and moistened the surface. After it was hot, he scooped up some of the paste with a spoon, poured it to the side of the pot, and spread it very thin. Amidst the sizzling sounds, he spread out a few thin pancakes, and the fragrance of the flour gradually spread. When it was almost done, he peeled off the soft pancakes one by one, placed them on a plate, and added water to make the remaining ingredients into a paste. Just as he returned to the dining room with the pancakes and paste, Klein couldn't wait to tear off a piece and stuff it into his mouth. The pancake only had a rich wheat fragrance and a sweetness that stimulated his appetite. It was simple, but abnormally delicious. "It's the taste from my memories." Klein ate quickly, drinking a mouthful of the paste from time to time. Just as he was about to finish eating and began to slow down, the doorbell suddenly rang, and the tinkling sound echoed. "A new commission?" Klein took off his napkin, wiped his hands, and got up to walk to the door. Before he could even grab the doorknob, the image of a visitor naturally appeared in his mind. It was a middle-aged gentleman with white sideburns, a thin face, and an outstanding temperament. It was the private detective Eichinger Stanton, who had been invited by the police. "Why is he looking for me?" Klein opened the door in puzzlement and asked with a smile, "Good morning, Mr. Stanton." "Good morning, Mr. Stanton. What can I do for you?" Eichinger took off his half-top hat and said with a smile, "Good morning, Mr. Moriarty." "Good morning, Mr. Moriarty. I'd like to collaborate with you. I think you're an excellent detective. You managed to find the East Balham Dock and the Dock Union all by yourself. Collaborate?" Klein didn't hide his surprise. Eichinger tapped his black cane and replied in a deep voice, "To find the murderer of the recent serial murders." Chapter 307. 2,000 pounds? That's enough to make all the bounty hunters and private detectives in Bakeland go crazy. This isn't like Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings, who floats at sea for long periods of time and has a bunch of subordinate. They're the type that can be touched by just reaching out. A pirate with combat strength comparable to a Sequence 5 is worth 10,000 pounds. A Sequence 6 murderer should be priced at 3,000 to 4,000 pounds at the very least. Could it be that the Nighthawks and mandated punishers determined that the murderer was a Sequence 7 serial killer and not a quasi-powerhouse who was about to advance to Sequence 5? So, £2,000 is quite a huge premium. It's very possible that the ritual mentioned by the sun is rather ancient. Perhaps after the cataclysm, it rarely appeared again. The churches and the military don't have any similar information. There's a problem here. The Church of the Goddess, the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, and the royal family, the Augustus family, can be said to have risen after the cataclysm and not understand the past, but the Church of the Storm has always insisted that they're one of the most ancient. Could it be that their most ancient claims still came after the devils retreated into the abyss? Upon hearing Eichinger Stanton's words, the first thing that flashed through Klein's mind was the evaluation of the bounty. Following that, he let his thoughts wander and made connections with many things. "What's your opinion?" Eichinger asked when he saw that Sherlock Moriarty seemed to be in a daze. "My opinion?" Klein was momentarily placed in a difficult position. A normal private detective would definitely agree. This was because of the generous bounty, as well as the fact that the other party was a famous detective. Establishing a friendship with Eichinger would greatly benefit him in the circle. But the problem was that Klein wasn't a normal private detective. He was worried that he would encounter the Nighthawks in charge of this matter while investigating the clues. "Although I've grown a beard, wore glasses, and changed my hairstyle, and the Nighthawks who have only met me a few times definitely won't recognize me, what if I encounter Ma Am daily? It wouldn't be right not to agree. It would seem strange and suspicious. Besides, I also hope to catch that devil as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knows how many innocent girls will be harmed?" Klein deliberated for a few seconds and smiled. "I've recently taken on a very troublesome case. I'm afraid I don't have much free time." Without waiting for Eichinger Stanton to speak, he added, "I can participate in the discussion, help look through the information, and analyze the clues, but I probably won't investigate in detail. I'll do a divination later. If there's really a problem, I'll save my speech during the discussion and just be a mere spectator." As he spoke, Klein quickly formed an idea. Eichinger, who held the black cane, pondered for a moment. "No problem. This time, I've gathered more than 10 detectives. There's enough manpower to do an investigation, and what I admire the most about you is your excellent reasoning and analytical skills. Without my resources, you actually went to the East Balham dock and the dock union. If we can catch the criminal and get the bounty, I will distribute the rewards according to everyone's contribution. Trust me, I still have some credibility in this business." "All right, it's a pleasure working with you." Klein took the initiative to extend his right hand and shake Eichinger's hand. He felt the dryness and warmth of Eichinger's palm. It wasn't easy for a middle-aged gentleman in his 40s or 50s to maintain such a feeling in Baekeland's late autumn. This made Klein even more suspicious that Eichinger was a beyonder. "It's a pleasure working with you." Eichinger nodded with a smile. At this moment, Klein realized that he had been a little rude. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Sorry, I forgot to invite you in. Sorry, I forgot to invite you in. Let's have a good chat over coffee and tea?" "You're welcome. I've arranged for the detectives to come to my house at 9 in the morning to discuss the case. My assistant is waiting for them there." Isengard took out a silver pocket watch with complicated engravings and looked very mechanical. He opened it and said, "We have to go over and meet up with them. Is that okay?" "No problem. I'll go to the bathroom, change my clothes, and leave." At this moment, Klein suddenly felt like he was back when he was a Nighthawk, fighting crime, maintaining order, and protecting the people. In the bathroom, Klein went above the gray fog and used divination to obtain an acceptable answer. Hence, he quickly returned to the real world, put on his coat and hat, took his cane, and followed Eichinger into a rental carriage. They sat on either side of each other. Eichinger glanced at him and asked in thought, "I'm very curious. How did you discover that Sibyl's murder was related to the East Balham Dock and the Dock Workers Association?" "I didn't discover it. That was a misunderstanding." Klein seriously considered the problem of how to weave a lie. With a smile on his face, he replied vaguely, "Mainly, I first determined that Sibir's death was due to a copycat crime. Thanks to reporter Mike Joseph's help, I confirmed this matter. Then, according to Sibir's route back to the Golden Rose and some other clues, I came up with the corresponding speculation, so I pretended to be a reporter to investigate." Eichinger nodded slightly and didn't waste any more time on this topic. He began to introduce the serial murders in detail. It was more detailed than the descriptions in the newspapers, especially the latest one. Time flew by as they discussed and conversed. The carriage arrived at a slightly old building in Hillston Borough. The lighting in the building wasn't very good. Even though there wasn't any fog in Bakeland today, it still appeared rather dark. Eichinger Stanton led Klein through the rather spacious living room and into the activity room where the fireplace had been lit. Klein looked around and saw 15 to 16 detectives. They were sitting in every available seat in the activity room. "Sherlock," a surprised voice sounded. It seemed to be very familiar with Klein. "Who is it?" Klein looked over in surprise and realized that Detective Stewart, whom he had parted with yesterday, was actually here. He took a closer look and recognized Detective Kaslana and her assistant, Lydia, who had been in charge of protecting Adel. What a coincidence! The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he approached Stewart with a smile. Stewart squeezed to the side, emptying half of his seat. He then patted it and said, "Perhaps it's not a coincidence. I've previously read in a magazine that there's a phenomenon in psychology called synchrony. It happens when you think about it. Haha, I'm just kidding." At this moment, Eichinger introduced him to the detectives present. "This is Mr. Sherlock Moriarty, an outstanding detective," Sherlock Moriarty said. With his endorsement, Kaslana and the others looked at Klein with more trust in their eyes. They believed that he was indeed an outstanding private detective. After Klein nodded in response, he sat beside Stewart and casually asked, "Is your commission over?" "Yes, Adel's situation has improved. Something seems to have happened to those bad friends of his. They can no longer threaten him, so we lost our jobs." Stewart laughed and said, "I wanted to rest for a few days, but Mr. Stanton summoned me, so I came over to take a look. Actually, this is good too. I don't like cases that are a little strange or scary. Yes, I mean scary like a ghost story. Compared to that, I'm more willing to take on murder cases." After the assistant poured everyone a cup of coffee or black tea and distributed the information, Eichinger sat in a reclining chair, took out his pipe, and slowly rubbed it. "I believe none of you are unfamiliar with this recent serial murder case. Do you have any thoughts? Tell us so we can discuss it." Stewart, who had a thin face and a shaved beard, raised his hand and spoke first. "You're right. I just flipped through the information and realized that the police didn't investigate the victim's identity. I don't think it's possible for the criminal to recognize that the victim was once a street girl with just his eyes. He must have come into contact with them. This is a very important direction, but the police missed it. God, this is unbelievable. There's a high chance that the criminal was recognized by his eyes." Klein muttered to himself. Most of the private detectives echoed Stewart's doubts. Only Kaslana, Isengard, and a few others remained silent and didn't say a word. "This is a very important direction. Stewart, get a few friends to help you investigate it carefully." After the discussion subsided, Eichinger calmly gave his evaluation. In the following period of time, the detectives expressed their opinions. At times they argued, retorted loudly, and at other times, they stood up and paced back and forth to organize their thoughts. Klein listened quietly without expressing any opinion. When the discussion came to an end, he suddenly raised his hand. "I want information on all the unsolved serial murders in Bakeland, or even the entire kingdom, in the past 20 years. The room suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. Most of the private detectives were momentarily unable to understand Klein's intentions and thoughts. Isengard brought the pipe to his nose and took a whiff of the smell before speaking after some deliberation. He deliberated and said, "You think that the murderer isn't a first-time offender? You suspect that he has committed similar crimes before, even if the modus operandi isn't the same?" "It's not suspicion, it's almost certain," Klein replied inwardly. This was the inference he made based on the information provided by Sunday. Since the murderer was working hard to advance from sequence 6 to sequence 5, then what did he do at the sequence 7 serial killer stage? If he hadn't committed similar crimes, then it would be very difficult for him to digest the potion, even with the accumulation of time. Sequence 7 advancing to sequence 6 also had a high chance of losing control, and Beyonders of the Abyss pathway were high-risk patients in this regard. Therefore, Klein determined that, regardless of whether the murderer knew the acting method, he should have completed serial murders at sequence 7 for various reasons. This way, it wouldn't take him more than a few years to digest the sequence 7 potion. Even with the addition of sequence 6, 20 years was a reasonable limit. This was because if one was too old, regardless of whether the potion was digested or not, advancing was still rather dangerous. The person would become crazier and crazier as the ritual progressed, leaving behind obvious clues. At this stage, the murderer was calm when he committed the crime, and he had the ability to interfere with divination and tracking. There were almost no loopholes, but the inexperienced him in the early stages might not be the same. When he first completed a serial murder case, there was a high chance that he wasn't that cautious. That was the best clue they could use to track him down. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and Klein nodded in response. That criminal's modus operandi doesn't seem like that of a rookie. I have reason to believe that he has done similar things in the past. Combining the past and present, we have a higher chance of grasping the crux of the problem. Upon hearing his answer, the detectives whispered to each other and began discussing. After a brief silence, Eichinger praised sincerely. Chapter 308. In the evening, Klein sat in a reclining chair in the activity room. Under the warmth of the fireplace, he picked up the information that Eichinger's assistant had just sent over. After his train of thought in the morning was praised by the great detective, Kaslana immediately indicated that she needed similar information. Stewart sighed softly, saying that he had previously believed that Klein was an excellent detective from his calmness and composure when facing Adel's case, but he never expected him to be this outstanding. At the same time, he told Klein that if he needed manpower or help, he could look for him. He knew quite a number of friends in Bakeland's detective circle. Eichinger Stanton also promised to immediately contact the police department and strive to provide the relevant information to the detectives who needed it before nightfall. He was indeed very trustworthy. The next time I'm on the tarot, I have to get the world to ask Little Son about the characteristics of a sequence 6 devil and what powers a Beyonder of this sequence possesses. I didn't want to get involved previously and forgot to gather the corresponding information. Now that I've decided to help, I have to be prepared, lest I encounter danger without knowing what's going on. Klein pondered for a few seconds, lowered his head, and under the light of the gas lamp, he flipped through the unsolved serial murders in the Kingdom of Rouen in the past 20 years. And this was a lot less than he had expected. There were 4 cases in Bakeland, and a total of 5 cases in the other cities. Altogether, there were only 9 cases. Yes, although this world doesn't have the concept of DNA testing, and it lacks many necessary criminal investigation techniques, under the Emperor's promotion, there is already a relatively well-established fingerprint science. Furthermore, there are also Beyonder means such as mediumship, divination, and dream infiltration. In a case where a lone murder doesn't involve nobles, tycoons, or officials, the police department often won't seek help from the Beyonder teams of the 3 churches. However, the impact of serial murders is very bad and it's easy to cause panic. They will definitely make the wisest choice. This way, it's reasonable and logical that there are only a few unsolved serial murders in the past 20 years. Klein quickly understood the reason. He reined in his thoughts and flipped through the cases one by one. Without enough information to make a divination, he had initially picked out 2 serial murder cases that might be related to the current incident and planned to use them as a preliminary entry point. One of the cases happened 4 years ago. There were 5 victims, all single prostitutes with a child. They were abused before their deaths, but there were no signs of sexual intercourse. At that time, the police in charge believed that the murderer must have known those prostitutes. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accurately pick out the type of single person with a child. They started with the people who lived nearby and a few regular customers of the prostitute. They identified some suspects, but in the end, they did not find the real murderer. Although the dossier only mentioned it briefly, Klein could clearly tell that they had sought the help of beyonders from the 3 churches. Unfortunately, they still failed to crack the case. With the Abyss Pathway's beyonder powers, it doesn't violate mysticism to see that a woman had once fallen. It's the same for seeing that she's a prostitute, but it doesn't make sense to tell that she's currently single and only has 1 child. The police's train of thought is correct, but what's the problem? Could the real murderer be like me, able to resist dreams, divination, and mediumship, and escape the investigations of low- and mid-sequence Nighthawks or mandated punishers? It's possible. Although the churches have no lack of understanding of serial killers, the murderer might have had other fortuitous encounters. Klein picked out some problems from his own point of view. I'm analyzing them as a kindred. I didn't let down the surname of Moriarty. He gave a self-deprecating laugh and decided to prioritize the 4 suspects. Yes, I'll get Mr. Stanton to confirm the suspects' current addresses and conditions through the police. Get Stewart to find someone to assist me. I won't appear directly in case I encounter official beyonders. Once I figure out the situation, I'll gather the suspects' belongings and go above the gray fog to make metaphysical deductions. Klein quickly came up with a plan. The second case happened 11 years ago. At that time, there were 4 cases of dismembered bodies. Originally, these cases weren't merged until the police had suspicions about the way the corpses were disposed of. Only then were they confirmed to be serial murders. The victims were people who worked late and returned home. There were men and women, and they weren't robbed. They didn't have any common relationship with each other. Due to the delay of the most precious time, the case never found any clues to the suspects. This is a problem caused by a mistake. If we quickly get a spirit medium's help, then the wraiths of the deceased might even gather around the murderer. Of course, it's also possible that the murderer has even killed the soul just like now. The deceased's corpse should only be left with ashes. It'll be very difficult to get them. Klein rubbed his temples. Seeing that it was already dark, he temporarily stopped thinking about the case. He got up from his reclining chair and left Minsk Street. He still had something to do tonight. He wanted to go south of the bridge to the Harvest Church on Rose Street. He wanted to find Bishop Utravsky and strive to obtain the apothecary formula. He had already divined if this matter was dangerous. To Klein, it would be very helpful if he had an apothecary as his subordinate. He could get injured, get sick, and encounter enemies that could harm him. An apothecary that could be found at any time would be his strong backing. After making a trip to Eastborough, Klein, who had changed his attire, took the steam subway, crossed the Tussock River, and arrived south of the bridge. Along the way, the darkness along the subway and the corresponding gas lamps formed a scene that left a deep impression. Switching to a public carriage, Klein arrived at Rose Street. He didn't need to identify it to find the narrow Harvest Church. This golden church had a rather eye-catching steeple and the sacred emblem of life engraved on the outer wall. It was a baby surrounded by symbols such as wheat ears, flowers, and spring water. It was completely different from the surrounding buildings. At that moment, the lights in the church were dim, and there didn't seem to be any believers. Klein snuck in from the side and carefully smeared his face with paint instead of relying purely on his ability to create illusions. Inside the church's hall, rows of seats were neatly arranged. At the top was a huge sacred emblem of life, and on both sides were lit candles. In a seat in the front row, there was a tall man in his 40s or 50s wearing a brown priest's robe. Just sitting there, he was like a small mountain, giving off an immense sense of oppression. The man wore a bishop's bonnet. His eyebrows were thin, and there were obvious wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, cheeks, and mouth. At that moment, he was tightly closing his eyes, clasping his hands and pressing them against his chin, as though he was doing the most pious penance. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a light blue color. The Church of Mother Earth doesn't reject anyone. Why didn't you use the main entrance? The elder in his 40s or 50s said in a low and gentle voice without looking up. You're Bishop Utravsky? Klein walked out of the shadows. The tall man in the brown bishop's robe replied in a gentle tone, I prefer people to call me Father. I prefer to be called Father. Father Utravsky. All right, Mr. Bishop. Klein deliberately laughed. Your name and your height tell me that you are from Fasak. Why do you believe in Earth Mother? Bishop Utravsky slowly raised his head and looked at the sacred emblem of life in front of him. I was born in Ender, a city on the coast of the mid-seashore. I'm a person who loves to fight and kill. Indo? He's indeed from the Fasak Empire. Klein nodded indiscernibly. Mid-seashore was the natural dividing line between Rouen, Intis, and Fasak. The east coast belonged to Rouen, and most of the west coast belonged to Intis. To the north were the famous port cities of the Fasak Empire, such as Indo. In addition, mid-seashore also extended northeast, passing through the Fasak Empire's territory and connecting to the North Sea. There were many islands in that part of the sea that were the habitats of ice bears, seals, and other animals. Hunting bears and fishing seals were traditional activities of the local Fasak citizens. While his thoughts were slightly scattered, Bishop Utravsky continued to look ahead and said, There's no need to worry. I committed a serious crime and escaped to the Sonia Sea, becoming a ferocious pirate. Before I truly fell into the hell of my soul, I was lucky enough to meet a missionary of Mother Earth. After that day, I understood the value of life and the charm of the growth of all things. I obtained the pure joy that came from life itself. I swore an oath in front of Mother Earth's sacred emblem that I would spread her faith to other countries and repent for my bloody past. So, I'm here. I'm here. Amidst the calm but emotional voice, Bishop Utravsky stood up. He was more than 2 meters tall and had a strong physique. His priest robe was tight, and he was like a legendary giant that had reappeared in the northern continent. A true giant is 3 to 5 meters tall with a single vertical eye. The citizens of the Fasak Empire are generally tall. It's no wonder they always call themselves the remnants of the giants and believe that they have the bloodline of the giants. Klein had no choice but to tilt his head back to look at the father's face. What are you doing here? Bishop Utravsky asked with his head lowered. I heard that you have something to entrust, and the reward is the apothecary formula? Klein, who had disguised himself, asked bluntly. Bishop Utravsky fell silent for a few seconds. Yes. Although I don't know where you heard it from, there's indeed such a thing. Then, what's the mission? Klein asked with a smile. Utravsky sized him up deeply for a moment. I don't think you can complete my commission. Perhaps I can? I need to know the details before I can make an assessment, Klein said with a frown. Utravsky stood there like a towering pillar. After a few seconds he said, That's right. After a few seconds he said, My commission is, at this point, he closed his eyes. Chapter 309. Kill you? This was the first time Klein had heard of such a request. When faced with such a mission, he was momentarily at a loss as to how to react. He even began to suspect if there was a huge conspiracy behind this matter. Bishop Utravsky opened his eyes and looked down at Klein. Kill my past self. Mr. Priest, don't take a deep breath when you speak. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he asked in puzzlement, Even in myths and legends, no one can return to the past. Even in the myths and legends, no one can return to the past. I'm afraid that only the 7 gods can complete this task of yours. No, what I mean is to kill the past that's still hidden deep in my heart and has never truly died. Seeing that Klein was still puzzled, Bishop Yutravsky said with a hunched back, "My past self, who loved to kill and battle, didn't completely die with the repentance I felt from the bottom of my heart. I can clearly feel that he's still living in my body, always wanting to regain control of everything. I'm constantly suppressing him, hoping to use mass, asceticism, and preaching to influence him so that he can truly believe in the teachings of Mother and become one with me again. To put it simply, the mark of the past is too deep, and it conflicts intensely with your current life, resulting in a split personality." The pseudopsychologist and real keyboard warrior, Klein Moretti, made a preliminary judgment and said after some deliberation, "This is a psychological problem. This is a psychological problem. I think you need to see a psychiatrist the most. I've tried. You might not know this, but among the Beyonder pathways that Mother controls, there's a doctor sequence, which is also known as healing priest in ancient times. They've studied my problem and believe that it's not a simple mental illness. It also has a tendency to lose control. If my past self were to defeat my present self, I would undoubtedly lose control and become a monster." Yutravsky sighed. "Then what you need is a sequence 7 of the spectator pathway, psychiatrist." Klein thought for a moment and said, "Your words make me believe that you've found a solution. You just lack a suitable executor, right?" "Yes. All these years, apart from preaching, I've also been searching for people and things that can help me." "Yes. Over the years, apart from preaching, I've been looking for people and things that can help me. In the end, with the blessings of the Mother Goddess, I obtained a very mystical item. It's said to be a relic of an ancient dragon." Seeing that Klein wasn't scared away, Yutravsky replied with some hope, "It allows the holder to enter the deepest part of the target's mind, or rather, the deepest part of the dream, and materialize the corresponding scene. That way, you can directly see the past me, and then, through battle, destroy him. In that special state, once he truly dies, he will no longer appear." As expected of the mysterious world, to be able to treat a split personality in this way, Klein sighed to himself and asked cautiously, "What are the limitations, or rather, what harm will it cause to the wielder? Why do you think I can't complete this task?" Bishop Yutravsky lowered his head to look at Klein. "Once that mystical item is used, although the wielder will remain lucid, the mind or dream has many layers. In the past, I could have used this to deceive you or even hunt you. And after exceeding the predetermined time, yes, 5 minutes, that mystical item will make you completely lost, and your mind will no longer be able to return to your body, becoming its sacrifice. This way, you will become a vegetable. In addition, because of the materialization of the scene, if you are killed in the deepest part of your mind, or the deepest part of the dream, there will be similar repercussions, which is equivalent to true death. Believe me, the past me was much stronger than you imagined. Is that so? But your problem isn't a problem for me at all. I'm a person who can remain lucid and rational in mediumship and dreams. Even if that mystical item wants to make me completely lost, there's no need to worry too much. As long as there's room for struggle, I can take 4 steps counterclockwise and recite the honorific name to head straight above the gray fog. The problem is, how powerful was the past Bishop Yutravsky? How confident was I in defeating him? Were there any restrictions or taboos when fighting in the materialized spiritual world? Klein pondered for a moment. "Father Yutravsky, how powerful were you in the past? I don't think I'll definitely lose." Bishop Yutravsky's eyes glazed over for a moment. "I am a warrior. I've already reached sequence 6 of this Beyonder pathway and become a Dawn Paladin. So he's not a Beyonder of the Planter pathway." He himself said that he was redeemed by the Church of Earth Mother after committing a crime and becoming a pirate. Sequence 6. It's not that I can't win. Magicians are the type that will be much stronger as long as I'm prepared in advance. Besides, due to my uniqueness, the depths of my soul or the deepest level of my dream can be considered my home turf. Klein pondered for a few seconds. Will that mystical item weaken him? Yes, but that's the main area where he's active. This weakening won't be too great. At most, it'll be as if he's already engaged in an intense battle. Yutravsky recalled his previous attempt. In that case, I'm more confident. Klein continued to ask, what do I need to pay attention to when fighting in that special environment? Just like a real battle, an effective attack will always be effective, and an illusion will still be an illusion. However, you have to pay attention to one thing. He can bring you into a few more layers of dreams at any time, creating a situation where it's hard to distinguish between reality and illusion. Bishop Yutravsky emphasized. Therefore, you have to be at least a sequence 6 or some special sequence 7 to be able to complete this mission. Furthermore, the risk isn't small. If I hadn't sworn on Mother's holy relic that I wouldn't ask the church for help before I succeed in preaching, things wouldn't have been so difficult. If that's the case, I'm not afraid of overlapping dreams. Klein curled his lips. One last question. What are the characteristics of a dawn night? Bishop Yutravsky twitched his wrinkled face and sighed. This is something that needs to be kept a secret for Beyonders. However, as long as you participate in enough battles, others will be able to conclude it as well. Moreover, the more detailed you know, the higher your chances of success will be, right? Yes. Klein nodded frankly. Bishop Yutravsky said in a reminiscing tone, a dawn knight has the strength of a giant. He can fill a radius of 40 to 50 meters with the light of dawn. This light of dawn can dispel illusions, and it also has the special ability to disperse wraiths and shadows. It can even weaken evil spirit. He can condense dawn armor on the surface of his body. This is equivalent to a refined full-body armor, but it doesn't have any obvious weight. It won't affect his movements, but if it's destroyed, it will take a certain amount of time to recover. He can also condense different weapons. The strongest is a two-handed greatsword. It's often called the Sword of Dawn. It's sharp, sturdy, and every strike has a purifying effect. In addition, a Dawn Knight has another Beyonder power, which is to create a storm of light. It can directly destroy a human body, destroy wraiths, and injure evil spirit. There aren't many Beyonder powers, but they are all very good at restraining me. They're the type with high offensive power and defense, and they aren't afraid of illusions. The good thing is that apart from facing wraiths and shadows, a Dawn Knight's level of mystery is very low. As Klein listened, he simulated the battle situation in his mind, searching for the most confident method. The level of mystery in his mind referred to the degree of strangeness, inconceivability, and incomprehensibility. Bishop Yutravsky looked at him quietly. He didn't urge or chase him away. After gradually coming up with an idea, Klein raised his head and looked up. Perhaps I can give it a try, but the premise is that I have to leave for a few minutes to confirm that you're not lying. Bishop Yutravsky replied in a slightly stunned manner. No problem. However, I have to remind you again that although I don't know where your confidence comes from, don't underestimate my past self. He was very good at combat. I won't joke around with my life. Klein pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. Then, he left the Harvest Church, found a secluded spot, and quickly went above the gray fog to do a divination. After receiving the answer that it would be dangerous but still bearable, he immediately returned to the real world. All in all, he had only spent about 20 seconds above the gray fog. Right on the heels of that, Klein re-entered the Harvest Church and said to Bishop Yutravsky, who was standing there, I accept this commission. Bishop Yutravsky stared at him for a while and slowly said, if it succeeds, not only will I give you the apothecary formula, but I will also give you a mystical item that doesn't have too many negative effects." Klein was taken aback for a moment before he praised from the bottom of his heart. "Sir Priest, you are truly a generous man." Bishop Yutravsky didn't say anything else as he took out a strange candle from a hidden pocket in his brown priest robe. The outer layer of the candle seemed to be wrapped in a layer of human skin, but there were a few lumps protruding from it. Its wick was only the height of a knuckle, and it was pitch black in color. It was covered in fine and dense scale-like patterns. "Use your spirituality to ignite it." Yutravsky handed the strange candle to Klein. Klein didn't immediately follow his instructions. Instead, he took out a matchbox, pulled out a few, and placed them in his trouser pocket. He then lit a few, blew them out, and threw them in different corners of the church. Then, he adjusted the positions of the paper figurines, notes, long strips of paper, Aztec's copper whistle, and various charms. This was in preparation for the worst situation that he had envisioned. After doing all of this, Klein snapped his fingers, causing a pale blue spiritual flame to appear at his fingertip. Sizzle! He brought the flame to the top of the small half of the candle and watched the dark wick light up. Nothing around him seemed to have changed, but Klein clearly realized that he had entered the mind world. He saw that Bishop Yutravsky was still standing in front of him. His strong body, which was more than 2 meters tall, gave off an oppressive feeling. The repentant bishop looked down at him, the muscles on his face twisting bit by bit as his expression turned abnormally ferocious. Right on the heels of that, Klein realized that the surrounding light and shadows were rapidly transforming. He felt like he was experiencing a real, intense battle. But at the end of the battle, Bishop Yutravsky fell heavily to the ground. Blood flowed everywhere, and he was no longer breathing. The clear-headed and rational Klein watched this scene in a daze. The corners of his mouth twitched as he silently commented. The performance was very professional. Chapter 310. When Klein lowered his head again, he could no longer see the strange candle in his hand that was wrapped in human skin. However, a faint and slightly sweet fragrance lingered in his nose. Ignoring Bishop Yutravsky, who was lying in a pool of blood, he took out a matchbox and lit one. As the spark lit up, the blood on the ground quickly disappeared, and the messy cathedral hall became neat and tidy again. The giant-like Yutravsky slowly got up, looked down at Klein, and said with a warped face, he said, "It's actually ineffective. It's no wonder you dared to accept this commission. However, it's your misfortune. I didn't want to kill you." As he spoke, the candles on both sides of the cathedral began to flicker. The entire hall suddenly brightened, but it was gentle and not blazing, like the first rays of dawn shining in at the end of the night. The invisible spirit was rapidly disappearing. Klein didn't waste any time. He threw the match away, puffed up his cheeks, and simulated a sound. Bang! An invisible air bullet shot out and struck Bishop Yutravsky in the chest, producing a clear reverberating sound. However, at some point in time, the giant bishop had already put on a set of silver-white armor that covered his entire body. He had gauntlets, a breastplate, a crown, and a helmet, and so on. At this moment, the silver-white metal on his chest was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, but it didn't completely shatter. In fact, it was even slowly recovering. Pung! Pung! Klein continuously made sounds, creating 2 air bullets that were connected end to end, allowing them to continue flying towards the enemy's chest in an attempt to completely destroy the defense there. However, he saw a heavy and wide sword in Bishop Yutravsky's hand. It seemed to be condensed from light, and he used it to deftly block the 2 air bullets. The clanging sounds were indistinguishable, almost as if they were one. Clang! Yutravsky took a single step forward, causing the cathedral to shake. At the same time, his 2-handed sword slashed down at Klein, as though it was about to shatter a building. Before the sword arrived, the strong wind it brought nearly made Klein lose his balance. Terrifying power! As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein had already leapt to the side in a practiced manner. He bent his waist and curled his body, preparing to roll on the ground. Bang! Yutravsky's two-handed sword slashed down on the ground, shattering the stone slabs and causing cracks to spread in all directions. Whoosh! He dragged the giant's sword and rubbed it against the ground. He changed from a vertical slash to a horizontal sweep, creating a trail of spark. This move was prepared for opponents who loved to roll. Just as Klein was about to land on the ground, the image of him being hit by a two-handed sword instantly appeared in his mind. He hurriedly swung his arm and stretched out his palm. With a light press, he leaped into the air again. Whoosh! The strong wind blew away the dust on the ground, and the terrifying giant sword flattened the nearby chairs. Before Klein could counterattack, the giant bishop's attack arrived without any pause. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. 5 slashes, 6 slashes, 7 slashes. Yutravsky seemed to have an abundance of stamina. He didn't stop, and the storm-like attacks lasted for dozens of seconds. Vertical slash, diagonal slash, horizontal sweep, straight stab, smack. He used the simplest swordsmanship to demonstrate what was the most effective and reasonable, and the two-handed sword's damage range reached a terrifying level. Klein jumped, rolled, and ran from time to time, but he didn't find an opportunity to use his abilities. He appeared to be in a sorry state and in imminent danger. If he hadn't thrown matches in different corners of the cathedral ahead of time, and there were still some candles on both sides that hadn't been extinguished, allowing him to blink, he would probably have been slain by his opponent. As expected of a Beyonder job that's famous for being good at combat, there's no mistake, no weakness. Klein didn't panic because of this. As he rolled and dodged, he kept looking for the enemy's flaws, waiting for the other party's attacks to slow down. Finally, he discovered a problem with Yutravsky's swordsmanship. It was that the two-handed sword was too long and too large, and there was an obvious flaw in melee combat. As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein took advantage of the opportunity when the giant sword slashed down vertically to roll to the left. Then, with a push of his palm, he quickly rolled towards the space between Yutravsky's legs. As a half-giant who was more than 2 meters tall, Yutravsky was only standing normally. His legs were spread apart, and his silver-white crotch was clearly visible. Just as he rolled there, Klein's left hand had already reached into his pocket, wanting to take out a long piece of paper and turn it into a hard and sharp cane. He would then insert it into the gap on the side of the enemy's crotch, into the body of the giant bishop. This would be a fatal blow, but at this moment, his heart skipped a beat. In his mind, a scene of the giant sword stabbing down appeared, and endless light burst forth, forming a terrifying storm that engulfed him appeared. A trap. Yutravsky's trap. Without any hesitation, Klein pressed down with his right hand and leaped forward, passing through the gap between the giant bishop's legs and jumping behind him. Just as he did this, Yutravsky had already gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, bent his back, and stabbed the giant sword straight into the stone slab in front of him. With a cracking sound, spots of light that resembled the first rays of dawn surged out from the sword, turning into a hurricane that swept through the surroundings. Silently, the stone slab where Klein had been disappeared, and the soil beneath it thinned by nearly 10 centimeters. The silver-white armor on Yutravsky's legs and crotch was also damaged, shattering inch by inch, revealing his skin. His trap was to exchange his own injury for the enemy's destruction. At this moment, Klein, who had leaped behind Bishop Yutravsky, finally found an opportunity to counterattack. He forcefully twisted his body in midair, puffed up his cheeks, and simulated a gunshot at the back of the enemy's head. Bang! Bang! 2 air bullets hit the back of Yutravsky's head, first shattering the silver-white metal in that area, then shattering it into pieces, exposing an unprotected area. Just as Klein was about to deliver a fatal blow, Yutravsky suddenly straightened his body, turned his waist, and violently swept his two-handed greatsword behind him. It was so fast and the attack so ferocious that it seemed impossible for Klein to dodge. However, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it in front of him in time. Clang! The collision between the great sword and the paper produced the sound of metal being struck. The crisp, deafening echo filled the entire cathedral. Klein was sent flying like a tennis ball, and the paper in his hand was torn apart, leaving only a tiny bit between his fingers. In midair, he immediately faced Yutravsky's violent and swift pursuit. The situation was precarious. However, he didn't panic at all. All he did was shake his wrist. The piece of paper ignited, and the flames rapidly expanded, completely enveloping Klein. Whoosh! The greatsword sliced through the flames, but it didn't cause any damage. It only created a few sparks. At a candle on the right side of the cathedral, the dim yellow flames spread, outlining a figure with oil paint on his face. Klein reappeared and took out another long piece of paper from his pocket. But, with a flick of his wrist, the paper turned into a tough whip, and the surface of the whip was burning with scarlet flames. Pa, pa, pa. From afar, Klein lashed at the giant bishop with the whip. However, his weapon was quickly torn apart by the two-handed greatsword that was covered in light. And this was Klein's goal. Pa, pa, pa. He snapped his fingers, causing beams of fire to rise from the ground one after another to stop Yutravsky and burn his unarmored legs. The recovery of the dawn armor was rather slow. As the flames flickered, Yutravsky's legs were charred black, and scarlet red was flowing up. However, this didn't affect the giant bishop's agility. He suddenly let out a low roar, and like a steam train that had finally accelerated to its highest point, he smashed through the layers of flames quickly, heavily, and fiercely, and rushed in front of Klein. This speed was unbelievably fast. Right on the heels of that, Yutravsky's two-handed greatsword cracked, turning into spots of light that swept in all directions. Almost instantly, Klein fell into a situation of certain death. The few matches that were stored on his body were ignited, and a strong flame completely enveloped him. However, this wasn't as fast as the storm of light. Just as the scarlet appeared, it was immediately engulfed. Klein's body was torn apart, disappearing inch by inch. However, they lost their thickness and turned into shredded paper. Behind Yutravsky, a scarlet flame rose up, and Klein walked out. He took out a matchbox from his other pocket and threw it at the enemy, as if he wanted to ignite all the remaining matches at once and create a certain degree of explosion through the confinement of the narrow space. And the matchbox was aimed at Yutravsky's unprotected lower body. Klein raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. At the same time, Bishop Yutravsky jumped up, bent his knees, and retracted his legs. But what accompanied the snap of his fingers was the unchanging matchbox. With a loud bang, an air bullet accurately tore open the back of Bishop Yutravsky's unprotected head. It was a fatal object that had been prepared long ago. His skull cracked open, and blood and white spots splattered out. Yutravsky turned his head with great difficulty and said in a daze, "You thud." The matchbox fell onto the potholed ground that had been created by the storm of light, but it still wasn't ignited. Klein smiled. "I never said that snapping my fingers can only be used to control flames, not to launch air bullet. Look. Pa, pa, pa." He snapped his fingers repeatedly, causing one air bullet after another to hit Yutravsky's head, shattering his helmet and breaking his skull. Plop! Yutravsky lost his breath and fell heavily to the ground, causing the cathedral hall to shake slightly. Pa! Klein turned around and snapped his fingers again. The box of matches on the ground exploded, turning into scarlet flames that buried Yutravsky's huge corpse. Klein didn't sense the existence of the strange candle. He relied on his lucidity and rationality to forcefully walk out of the deepest part of his mind. Chapter 3:11. As the illusory feeling faded, Klein saw the strange candle in his hand again. He saw its pitch-black wick and pale white flame. The ground, chairs, and candles that had been shattered by the Dawn Paladin had returned to their pre-battle state. There was no sign of any damage. At some point in time, Bishop Yutravsky, who had been standing opposite him, had already sat in the first row of chairs. He was hunched forward, his head buried, and his hands were tightly covering his sun acupoints. Drip, drip. Sweat dripped down his face and soaked the ground by his feet. A large patch of the ground there was already wet. Sensing that the strange candle had been extinguished by Klein, Yutravsky shuddered violently and raised his head under Klein's gaze. His slightly turbid eyes were filled with tears, and his wrinkled face was crisscrossed with traces of crying. However, his eyes were filled with emotion, joy, and clarity. If this giant bishop was said to be tall and heavy before, then now, all that was left of him was the weight of his body. He no longer had the weight of his mind. At this moment, Klein felt as though he was looking at a newborn baby. Those tears were proof of a new life. The corners of Yutravsky's mouth curled up as he smiled benevolently. "You're much stronger than I expected. No, this is only because I had sufficient understanding beforehand and had made the corresponding preparations. And in the past, not only did you not know what your opponent was good at, you were also greatly weakened. If I were to fight such a battle with you in the real world, I would be considering how to escape," Klein answered frankly. "A prepared magician and an unprepared magician are completely different concepts," he silently added in his heart. Bishop Yutravsky didn't dwell on this question. His entire body exuded a relaxed air. He said with a relaxed tone, "Thank you, my friend. According to our agreement, I will give you the apothecary formula, as well as a mystical item." As he spoke, he took out an item that looked like a needle, a hose, and a container from the pocket of his brown priest robe. "You have two choices. This is one of them. When I obtained it, I didn't know its name, nor did I think of naming it. You can use it to draw out a tube of blood, your own blood. At a critical moment, you can transfuse it back. This way, your fatigue will disappear, your illnesses and injuries will be alleviated, and your strength, speed, balance, and other aspects will receive a temporary but significant improvement." Bishop Yutravsky pointed at the item in his hand. "Then, what about its limitations and hidden dangers?" Klein asked rationally. Father Yutravsky looked at the needle and tube with mysterious patterns and explained in detail. "After drawing that tube of blood, you will be weak for a full 12 hours. During these 12 hours, transfusing it back won't produce any effects. Of course, the exact time limit isn't that precise. It depends on your physique and condition. In addition, it's best not to use it too frequently. Don't use it more than once a week. Otherwise, the blood transfused will not only bring you strength, but it will also make you temporarily lose your mind. And drawing blood in short intervals will also make weakness a characteristic of you. Apart from that, there's another problem. Once you carry it around for more than half an hour, you will become a little neurotic." Thankfully, Bishop Yutravsky didn't draw his blood beforehand. Otherwise, he would have been able to use it in the past, and my chances of winning would have been very, very low. This was the first thought that flashed through Klein's mind. Then, he frowned slightly, worried about the negative effects of the mystical item. Be it losing one's mind for a short period of time, being weak for 12 hours, or becoming a little neurotic, they were all latent dangers that didn't seem to be too big of a problem. However, having seen rampagers and heard the ravings of evil gods, Klein believed that a Beyonder's mental state was very important. If it was in a trough for a long period of time, or if there were frequent abnormalities, it was quite easy for it to lead to a loss of control. It was the same even if the Beyonder had mastered the acting method. "What's the second choice?" Klein said after 2 seconds of silence. Bishop Yutravsky took out an ancient brass key from his other pocket and smiled. "It's called the Master Key. It can help you open all locks that don't contain any mysterious powers, as well as a small number of locks that have Beyonder effects attached to them. and in places without locks or doors, it can still open a passageway that doesn't belong to reality. The premise is that there aren't any beyonder restrictions, and the obstacles aren't too thick. Its spirituality is completely converged. When it's not in use, it's very difficult for beyonders to tell that it's different from ordinary keys. Father Yutravsky stood up again, leaving Klein with no choice but to look up at him. This giant bishop took a step forward and came to the wall on the side of the cathedral hall. He pressed the master key against the brick. With a gentle twist, he felt as if he had entered water. Then, ripples spread out as he passed through the wall and arrived outside. Right on the heels of that, Bishop Yutravsky used the same method to return to the cathedral hall, returning to Klein's line of sight. Have you decided on which mystical item to choose? The tall priest asked with his head lowered. Yes, what's the latent danger of the master key? Klein asked after some deliberation. Bishop Yutravsky smiled warmly. The person who carries it will occasionally get lost. According to others, it should be random getting lost. Lost? I'm a seer with spiritual intuition, Klein mumbled as he gradually made up his mind. After a few seconds he said, I want the master key. He didn't want to have any mental problems and accumulate the risk of losing control. What a pity! What I want the most is that strange candle. It's similar to the deepest depths of the soul, the lowest level of the dream. It's equivalent to my home turf. He sighed inwardly. All right. Bishop Yutravsky handed the ancient brass key to Klein and exchanged it for the strange candle wrapped in human skin. As Klein examined the mystical item, he pointed behind him and said, The apothecary's formula is in the room. The apothecary's formula is in the room. I'll go get it. You wait here for a while. Klein nodded in response. Taking the opportunity when Bishop Yutravsky's figure disappeared from the hall, he took out a penny and divined if the other party was lying about the master key. After receiving a positive answer, he walked to the wall with a row of candles in front of him and pressed the ancient brass key against the hard barrier. Infusing it with spirituality and twisting the key, Klein's vision suddenly blurred before it became clear. At this moment, there were no longer burning candles, neat chairs, and straight walls in his line of sight. There were only withered grass and some rubbish on the muddy ground. To the side, there was a gas street lamp standing upright. It's really out. Klein nodded with a smile, turned around, and once again used the master key to successfully return to the cathedral hall. After waiting for another 10 seconds, Yutravsky walked in with heavy footsteps, holding a roll of yellowish-brown goatskin in his hand. You can seek an appraisal. If there's a problem, I'll always be at the Harvest Church. The giant bishop handed the apothecary formula to Klein. Main ingredients: horn of an adult unicorn Pegasus, 3 grams of crown jellyfish venom crystal. Klein scanned it and replied with a smile. I'll confirm its authenticity. For example, divination above the gray fog, he added inwardly. Bishop Yutravsky nodded slightly and didn't say another word. He turned around and walked to the sacred emblem of life of Mother Earth. He stretched out his arms and chanted in a low voice, Thank you, Source of Life. Praise you, Mother of all. Klein put away the master key and the apothecary formula, and after Yutravsky stopped, he said half-jokingly, That's right. After Yutravsky stopped, he said half-jokingly, Could it be that my arrival was arranged by Mother Earth? Otherwise, why are you thanking her? Klein, a fake believer of the Evernight goddess, clicked his tongue inwardly. Yes, all of this was arranged by Mother Earth. Otherwise, the matter of me seeking help wouldn't have reached your ears. I wouldn't have come to Bakeland, nor would I have obtained that mental terror candle, Bishop Yutravsky said with a gentle smile without a hint of anger. A complete and self-consistent believer's logic, but Klein suddenly felt that he couldn't communicate with him. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. Thank you for your generosity. It's time for me to bid you farewell. He straightened his body and quickly retreated, quickly disappearing from the Cathedral Hall and into Rose Street. 10 minutes later, he saw the golden outer wall of the Harvest Church from another direction. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. "Will I not be able to return without divination?" he muttered to himself. He really wanted to stubbornly rely on himself to overcome the matter of being lost. However, his hands were faster than his voice. He had already snapped off the branches of the trees and made them into a makeshift dowsing rod. The dowsing rod technique could search for people, objects, and directions. This time, Klein finally returned home successfully. He went above the gray fog to confirm the authenticity of the formula and the latent dangers of the master key. The next day, which was Sunday morning, after waking up and having breakfast, Klein took out a pen and paper and wrote a letter to Eichinger Stanton. He asked him to get the police department's help to confirm the current situation of the suspects in the serial murders from 4 years ago. The targets were single prostitutes with a child. After folding the letter and stuffing it into an envelope, Klein stuck a black stamp with a penny on it. He put on his clothes, took his hat and cane, and walked out of his house, preparing to send it to the mailbox at the end of the street. At that moment, he saw Mrs. Stellan Sammer from next door come out dressed up with her husband, Mr. Luke. A rental carriage was already parked in front of their door. "Good morning. Coming to the banquet so early?" Klein asked in surprise. Luke chuckled. "It's not really a banquet. It's more of a helping hand." Mrs. Stellan raised her chin slightly and added, "Mary has successfully entered the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Council. Mary has successfully joined the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Council. There will be a grand ball tonight. We have to go and help in advance. Mrs. Mary's hopes have been fulfilled?" "Impressive." Klein sighed and said with a smile, "That's right. Please congratulate Mrs. Mary on my behalf." Luke Sammer nodded. "You haven't seen this morning's newspaper, right? All the members of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council have been published." Chapter 312. Sir Des Shaw? Mr. Hibbert Hall? Who are these people? I don't know them at all. Klein pretended not to have any doubts and said half-jokingly, "I hope they can bring blue skies and sunlight to Bakeland." "Yes, although it's everyone's freedom to burn anything in their fireplace, and it's a right granted by the law, blue skies and sunlight are more desirable things." Luke Sammer, a member of the Soot Reduction Association, echoed with a sigh and pointed to the rented carriage. "We should head over. Mary is in desperate need of some help." Stellan Sammer pretended to be reserved and added, "Perhaps there will be members of Parliament attending the banquet. Perhaps a member of Parliament will attend the banquet. The Backland region or the kingdom. I can imagine how grand this banquet will be," Klein politely complimented as he watched the Sammers get into the carriage and leave. Just as he turned around and was about to head for the mailbox at the end of the street, a postman in a dark green uniform arrived in a carriage and delivered a letter to the mailbox at his door. "My letter?" Klein took out a bunch of keys and casually chose the one with an ancient design and a luster that was almost brass. "Gotcha." The master key easily opened the mailbox. "I can only bring this key when I go out in the future," Klein mumbled as he took out the newspaper he had subscribed to and the letter from before. This letter was from Eichinger Stanton. Yesterday, he had also flipped through the old unsolved serial murder cases and picked out the most suspicious ones. Through the police department, he had preliminarily confirmed the current situation of the corresponding suspects. Therefore, he wrote to Klein, Kaslana, and other private detectives who were interested in this direction to share his findings. This included the 2 cases that Klein had paid attention to. Famous detectives think alike. "I wrote the letter for nothing." Klein mocked himself and returned to the living room. According to Eichinger's description, many people had been investigated for the random murder of the late returnees, but they had never been able to lock onto the suspect. After so many years, it was already very difficult and hopeless to find new clues. Among the 4 suspects in the other case, One of them was a teenager whose mother was also a victim. She was a prostitute, single, and had only one child. He had been abused by his mother, and he was the police's first suspect. However, less than half a year after the case, he was seriously injured in a gang fight in the East Side and died in the surgery room of the charity hospital. His body was burned to ashes and buried in the cemetery. In this way, it was impossible for him to be related to the current serial murder case. If it wasn't cremated, I would definitely dig up the grave to confirm it. Klein seriously considered the possibility of the corpse coming back to life. Of the remaining 3 suspects, one had moved several times in the past few years, and the police had lost track of his situation. They needed more time to track him down. One had gone through bankruptcy and moved from North Borough to East Borough. The other had maintained his original state and was still running a grocery store on the same street. Klein took out another piece of paper and first described the corresponding situation. Then, he asked the recipient to secretly observe the 2 suspects who had specific addresses. He emphasized, "There are 2 suspects in this case." He emphasized, "The murderers of serial murder cases are cruel, vicious, and aggressive. Please be careful and don't get too close to them. Observe them like you're just an ordinary neighbor. The information I need is their recent mental state, such as whether they are irritable, like to lock themselves in their rooms, rarely communicate with others, and whether they have beaten others." This was also the information he had obtained from the Sun. After every murder, the devil would follow the requirements of the ritual and eat the victim's internal organs. It would remain in a state of bloodthirsty mania, wanting to harm others until a new victim appeared. After emphasizing the need to pay attention to their own safety, Klein folded the letter, stuffed it into a new envelope, and stuck a black stamp on the surface. Then, he wrote down the name of the recipient, Detective Stewart. In Empress Borough, Earl of Hall's luxurious villa. Susie was sprawled in a corner of the study, observing her surroundings in a seemingly bored manner. Earl of Hall, whose belly was bulging, took a puff of his pipe and said to the eldest son in front of him, "Hibbert, do you know why I insisted on letting you enter the National Atmospheric Pollution Council?" Hibbert Hall had already thought about it and replied, "Do you wish to influence the formulation of the relevant laws and policies?" "No, although I'm the second largest shareholder of the Constant Coal and Steel Consortium, I don't care too much about this problem. I've long been urging them to make the corresponding adjustments. Tackling air pollution is the trend of the future. I have no doubt about this. Hibbert, although our family has a fixed seat in the House of Lords, and you will become a member of the House of Lords sooner or later, other than people with special statuses like the Speaker, why do some nobles have greater influence as members of the House of Lords?" Hibbert thought for a moment. Title, wealth, business status, and relationships in the government and the military? People will always trust those who have rich experience and have participated in many things. If you want to make a difference in politics in the future, apart from inheriting a seat, you have to try your best to participate in all kinds of matters and show the corresponding abilities. Gradually, you have to be active in the eyes of the various members of Parliament and ministers, slowly making them feel that you are trustworthy. This is the influence that comes from you. Hibbert, take a look at the Republic of Intis and the current situation of their nobles. You should understand that with the passage of time and the development of society, the privileges on the surface will be weakened. The title of nobility will become less and less important. It will only be a title of honor. Status in the business field and your own influence are what you should pay attention to, Earl of Hall explained in detail. What if I encounter something I'm not good at? Hibbert pondered. Then pretend that you can handle it. Don't worry about wasting money. Build a professional team and listen to their opinions before making a decision. Everyone has many areas they aren't good at. Only money is omnipotent, Earl of Hall pointed out. Hibbert replied in enlightenment, "I understand. I understand, father." At this moment, Susie yawned in boredom. When everything was over, it slipped into Audrey's studio and repeated everything it had heard. In the end it muttered, "I'm sorry." Finally, it mumbled, "I have no idea what they're talking about." Audrey listened thoughtfully and smiled faintly. "It's a good thing so that you don't have to smell those pungent odors." "Is that so?" Susie asked, not fully understanding. Audrey didn't answer it as she thought of something else. She originally planned on secretly guiding the members of Parliament to pay attention to the terrible situation in Eastborough, the factory district, and the dock area, but in the last two social gatherings, she realized that she couldn't find an opportunity. The nobles, the members of Parliament, and the senior government employees wouldn't talk about such topics at all. She couldn't guide them even if she wanted to. It was Monday afternoon again. Klein leisurely returned to 15 Minsk Street from the Quelleg Club. As Stewart hadn't given him the results of the preliminary investigation, and he couldn't find anyone to groom as an apothecary for the time being, he didn't have anything to do yesterday and today. He went to the Quelleg Club to practice shooting, read, and scrounge a meal. In the process, he got to know many of the club's members. This is the source of future business. Klein sighed, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He made all sorts of preparations step by step. First, he conjured the fake world and familiarized himself with the control techniques of the all-black eye. Then, he sent a message to Sun that the tarot gathering was about to begin. After doing all of this, Klein waited for 3:00 to arrive before reaching out to touch the corresponding crimson stars of each member. After establishing a stable connection, the magicians also had their own illusory star. Furs Wall found an excuse to focus on her work and sent Zio away. At that moment, her vision blurred as she saw the grayish-white fog instantly surge out. In the blink of an eye, she found herself above the mysterious and deep gray fog. She was inside the majestic palace, and in front of her was an ancient mottled bronze table. Around her, there were blurry figures shrouded in fog that were difficult to see. Many figures? One figure after another. These are the members of the gathering that Mr. Fool mentioned? Furs watched all of this cautiously, feeling that the members who could participate in such a secret gathering were all very, very powerful beyonders. Except for me, she thought guiltily and fearfully. However, from another perspective, if a Sequence 9 like me can join, the other members might not necessarily be very powerful. The requirement for this gathering is clearly not to be powerful, but to establish a connection with Mr. Fool for some reason. Furs quickly denied her previous judgment and relaxed a little. At the same time, Audrey also discovered that there was a newcomer at today's gathering. A female. Zio or Furs? Has she passed the test? Or is it someone else? Audrey almost forgot to greet Mr. Fool. She only wanted to carefully observe the characteristics of the new member. No matter how blurry her figure was, she could still make out her hair color and outline, as well as her accent and habitual language. I have to take note as well. Mr. the Hanging Man was the first to confirm that I'm a noble from my special pronunciation of certain words and my habit of using certain special words. Audrey stood up, lifted her skirt, and said to Klein at the end of the long bronze table, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." After greeting them, she didn't hide her curiosity. She glanced at the new member in the same row as her and asked with a smile. Chapter 313. Klein sat leisurely in the Fool's seat and looked around. "This is Miss Magician. She's our new member," Marlene said. Following that, he looked at Furs and introduced them one by one. "This is Miss Justice, and this is Mr. the Hanging Man." As Furs matched the code names to the characters and nodded in greeting, she observed the members. Miss Justice is a blonde lady who looks very young. Her sitting posture is rather elegant. Mr. the Hanging Man has dark blue hair that's as messy as seaweed. He doesn't have a well-built body, and although he doesn't like to speak, one would feel uneasy under his gaze. He's likely the leader of some faction. Mr. Sun seems to be just a youth. He's very quiet and reserved. Apart from that, There's nothing else about him. Perhaps he's as weak as me. Mr. World's gaze is very cold and rather gloomy. It's obvious that he's not someone to be trifled with. Miss Author, who has written a best-selling novel, is displaying her talents to the fullest. While she was looking at the other members were also looking. Among them, Audrey was the one who looked the most attentively. Miss Zio can't be ruled out from her figure. Brown hair, slightly curly. That's Ma M. Furs, right? For the time being, I can't rule out the possibility that Mr. Fool has pulled someone else. The pronunciation and mouth shape are identical. It's a Bakeland accent. The aura and the color of her emotions are also very consistent. It's unlikely that Mr. Fool would specially forge an image for a member, right? There's no need for he to hide anything. In just a few seconds of sizing up, Audrey had almost overlapped the blurry figure with the image of Furs in her mind. If I can find a fulcrum in other aspects, I'll basically be certain. She waited with interest to verify her beyond her powers. At the same time, she felt that there was no need for her to expose her identity to Furs. It's better to keep some secrets. Let's see when she discovers it. Audrey retracted her gaze and watched quietly with a faint smile on her face. At this moment, as there were no new Roselle diary entries, Klein controlled World to speak. I want to know about the two sequences, Devil and Guardian. He was certain that Sun knew the details of Sequence 6 Devil. This was because he had previously mentioned demonology, and in order to not expose that he was investigating the serial murders, he had deliberately added the God of Combat Pathway's Sequence 5 Guardian. This pathway was also known as the Giant Pathway, and it was the mainstream path of the City of Silver's Beyonders. It was impossible for Sun not to know about it. Among them, Sequence 9 Warrior, Sequence 8 Pugilist, and Sequence 7 Weapon Master had long been grasped by Klein from the Nighthawk's internal information. As for Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin, he had just learned about it from Father Utravsky. Therefore, the only ones he could ask and pay were the ones who wouldn't be wasted. All that was left was Sequence 5 Guardian. In addition, he didn't directly ask Sunday. Instead, he issued this request to everyone. This was because, according to the settings, it was impossible for the World, who had just joined the Tarot, to know that the City of Silver controlled the Giant Pathway. If it's just the Devil sequence, I have some understanding of the situation, the hanging man Alger, who had a certain status in the Church of the Storm, interjected. Derek Berg glanced at him and stopped thinking. He straightened his back and said, "That's right." He straightened his back and said, "I know these two sequences very well. The reward I want is information related to the fallen creator. Whether the two pieces of information are equivalent will be determined by Mr. Fool." At this point, he remembered that he hadn't sought Mr. Fool's approval. He hurriedly turned his head to look at the seat of honor and respectfully made a request. "Son, you can't blame me for this. You requested this yourself." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he chuckled. "Sure. And when it comes to understanding the true creator, none of the ladies and gentlemen here are as good as I am," he added confidently in his heart. While they were discussing this matter, the magician's Furs, who was listening at the side, was stunned. "The Devil sequence is from the Devil pathway? What's the sequence? Which pathway is the Guardian from? What's the sequence? How come I've never heard of it? Fallen Creator? The true Creator? God, they actually want to exchange information on the true Creator. That is known as the oldest and most powerful existence among the gods. What kind of organization did I join?" The World, who had received the Fool's affirmation, didn't hesitate to say, "That's right. Deal. I would like to request a private exchange. I really want to hear it, but I have to be frugal. There are still 2 more months until the new year. Bear with it, Audrey." Audrey blinked and reluctantly retracted her gaze from Sunday. Their vision, hearing, and spiritual intuition were immediately blocked by Klein. The The world quickly buried his head and conjured a piece of paper to write his understanding of the true Creator, including the orthodox images of the hanging giant and the eye behind the shadow curtains, as well as the information that the Aurora Order members believed that this evil god was the Lord who created everything. At the end, Klein also added his direct impression of coming into contact with an evil god's spawn, sensing the deity's aura, and listening to the true Creator's voice. Depraved, distorted, bloody, crazy, evil. Following that, as Mr. Fool, he gave his judgment. The value of this information is slightly higher than the information on the Devil and Guardian sequences, but the difference isn't that great. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Son, Derek sincerely took the piece of parchment and read it carefully from beginning to end several times. And one of the things he paid the most attention to was that the true Creator was known as the Lord who created everything. Distorted, depraved, crazy. Derek silently recited these words as he vaguely saw the black tragedy that had enveloped everyone in the City of Silver for more than 2,000 years. Could it be that the Lord hasn't abandoned us? However, he has gone mad. Sun realized that he could use blasphemous thoughts to examine the Lord who created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God that the City of Silver worshipped without any resistance. It's time for you to answer my question, the world urged hoarsely. Derek restrained his boiling and sorrowful thoughts and fell silent for 2 seconds. After creatures of different races consume the devil potion, the mutations that occur are different. They all have certain characteristics. What kind of devil do you want to know? There's actually such a difference? Klein was slightly stunned. He immediately realized something. There was a blind spot in his previous thoughts. What if the serial killer is not a human, but an animal? After consuming the corresponding potion, an animal would mutate into a devil. Step by step, one sequence at a time, it would turn into a devil. Although the probability is very low, and the risk of animals losing control is far higher than humans, there's still a possibility. I have to investigate this point. But if that's the case, there will be more questions. Where did the devil that mutated into an animal obtain the potion and Beyonder ingredients? It's unlikely that it would join the human Beyonder circle. Klein maintained his silence and controlled the world. What I want to know is the common characteristic of all kinds of devils. Sun recalled and organized his knowledge. The most terrifying thing about a devil is that if you can cause fatal harm to him in a short period of time and take action to put it into practice, then he will be able to sense it, and grasp where and who the danger comes from. From there, he can target and kill you or take revenge. This time point can range from a few minutes to a day. Different demons have different intuitions. This power is a little scary. But it's different from a clown's intuition. It doesn't seem like it can be used in combat. Instead, it's used to detect the source of danger in advance and respond in time. It's closer to the sudden inspiration power from the Xianxia novels I read in my previous life. I wonder if I can interfere with or even block this intuition with the mysterious space above the gray fog. Isn't Stuart a little dangerous? Klein leaned back in his chair, seemingly uninterested in the topic Sun and World were discussing. Seeing that the world wasn't shocked, Derek continued, "That's right. All of them have the ability to create huge clones, which allow them to break free from the shackles and temporarily increase their strength and speed. Their skin has mutated, which is equivalent to wearing a layer of hard armor. Their blood and flesh can also block objects and reduce damage. They are immune to most poisons and are not afraid of curses and flames to a certain extent. They are talented in fire and filthy spells. They are cold-blooded and do not panic or fear. They have very strong melee abilities and are good at using all kinds of items to cause damage. Their biggest weakness is that they are easily out of control. Even if they are not, they will often show cold-blooded and cruel madness. They are easily controlled by the desire for blood and killing. He's really powerful. as expected of a Sequence 6 devil. Could it be that, in the 22 Beyonder pathways, Sequence 6 or Sequence 7 is the threshold for qualitative change below the high sequences? On this point, different sequences are different. Therefore, they are the dividing line between ancient and modern mid-sequences. Klein controlled World and said, "I'm very satisfied with your information." Derek didn't act humble. He nodded and said, "That's right. Guardians rarely suffer damage. Once they enter a Guardian state and give up on attacking, very few people below the high sequence Beyonders can break through their defense. All kinds of damage are the same. When they attack, the corresponding defense will be greatly reduced, but it's still far stronger than refined full-body armor. Their Sword of Dawn, their Storm of Light, and other Beyonder powers allow them to deal damage to any type of monster. They won't be confused by illusions. They can help their companions within a certain range withstand the damage and protect them." As Sun described, Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Chapter 3:14. After the Sun finished speaking, Klein controlled the World to nod. "It's more detailed than I imagined. The transaction is complete." Before the World could finish his sentence, Klein had already synchronously unblocked Justice, the Hanging Man, and Magicians. After a few seconds of silence, the World looked around and smiled sinisterly. "I don't have any other requests for the time being." Having roughly figured out the process and characteristics, Furs was immediately eager to purchase the corresponding Sequence 8 Trickmaster for apprentice. She clearly remembered that Mr. Fool had said that the reason she was troubled by the ravings of the full moon was because her life's natural order wasn't high enough. The pain would decrease as her sequence increased. This made Furs eager to obtain the subsequent formulas. "However, this will expose my Beyonder pathway. When everyone becomes familiar with each other and knows more about each other, the exposure won't be too serious. But for the next few gatherings, I'll have to cover it up, lest the members of the gathering use it to lock onto me in reality." Furs thought calmly for a moment before saying, "I want the formulas for Apothecary and Trickmaster. I want the recipes for Apothecary and Trickmaster. I'll trade them with money." She deliberately added the Apothecary formula to her actual request to interfere with the judgment of others. If any member really had the formula, she would eat it as usual and then sell it to Viscount Glaint, who had been yearning for the formula for a long time, at a higher price. After all, she definitely wouldn't suffer a loss, and she might even make a killing. As for money, Furs didn't lack it for the time being. Not only were the royalties from her best-selling books entering her account, but she also had additional income, such as the £650 she received from Miss Audrey during the Zillings and Intis Ambassador Bakerland incidents. Poor Zio. She had to fork out her own money to compensate the families of the 2 victims of the Lenevis incident, spending more than £200. I wonder if Miss Audrey will reimburse her after the commotion blows over. The note with Mr. Fool's honorific name was found in the book compartment of Viscount Glaint's house. Could it be that one of his ancestors was once a member of this gathering? Is this a gathering that has been held regularly for decades or even centuries? Furs's thoughts suddenly wandered. 2 seats away from her, Audrey was slightly taken aback when she heard that Glaint wanted to purchase the formulas for Apothecary and Trickmaster. She accurately grasped Glaint's thoughts. She's Furs. Trickmaster is for herself, and Apothecary is to be sold to Glaint to confuse others. Audrey nodded indiscernibly. She was already certain of the identity of the magicians. Her sequence isn't high, at most 8. It's very likely that she's only 9. I wonder where Mr. Fool pulled her from and what's so special about her. Her accent has a hint of Bakelin's characteristics, but she might not be from Bakelin. The Hanging Man Alger was also observing the new member and confirmed that she wouldn't pose a threat to him. Derek didn't think too much about it. He was only guessing if Miss Magician belonged to the City of Silver or the world where Miss Justice and company lived. Klein looked at Miss Magicians with pity, not holding much hope for her attempt to hide her identity. When you encounter a telepathic reader who is very familiar with you, even if you know the other party's powers in advance and take the corresponding precautions, you might not be able to hide your true thoughts. Furthermore, you don't know anything. The fool Klein sighed on behalf of Miss Magicians. At the same time, he controlled World and said hoarsely, I have the apothecary formula. I have the apothecary formula. 230 pounds. As for the Trickmaster formula, I will try my best to find it for you, but I can't guarantee success. Using the apothecary formula to exchange for money and using it to groom a useful helper wasn't contradictory. It could be carried out at the same time. Therefore, Klein let the World speak first to prevent the hanging man and son from intercepting him. As for the Trickmaster formula, he only had some ideas. From his point of view, the mystical item, the master key, was likely related to the corresponding sequence 9 Apprentice of Trickmaster. If he divined its origins above the gray fog, he might be able to discover some clues. Yes, actually, the most convenient method is to ask the existence suspected to be Mr. Dorr. He keeps whispering during the full moon. Apart from asking for help, he's probably teaching the formula and the acting method so that the target can become stronger and complete difficult missions. But unfortunately, before the target becomes stronger, there's no way to listen to his ravings. The moment they hear it, they will break down and show signs of losing control. This forms a vicious cycle. Klein sighed. Furs wasn't in a hurry to respond to Mr. World. Instead, she looked around and realized that the hanging man, Justice, and son had no intention of speaking. Clearly, they didn't know what the apothecary and Trickmaster formulas were. Mr. World, I hope you can find the Trickmaster potion formula as soon as possible. Furs fell silent for a few seconds before saying, As for the apothecary formula, I plan on buying it now. How should I pay for it? From the looks of it, he's also from Rouen and is willing to accept gold pounds. However, gold pounds have always been more recognized than golden horn, entifer, and other coins. As she spoke, Furs was also trying to determine the origins of World. The World didn't mind her sizing him up at all as he said in a deep voice. He said in a deep voice, When you return, offer the cash to Mr. Fool. That way, the transaction will be complete. The exact process of the offering is offering? Mr. Fool can even accept offerings? His life's natural order has reached such a level? It's no wonder he used such a tone to describe the owner of the ravings during the full moon. Furs was shocked and stunned, but she felt that it was only natural as she listened and memorized it. After finishing his explanation, Klein conjured the apothecary formula in front of World and made the fake person hand it to Miss Magicians. The transaction will be witnessed by Mr. Fool. You don't have to worry that it's fake. I believe in Mr. Fool. Furs immediately nodded, unfolded the formula, and seriously memorized it. At this moment, Audrey, who couldn't bear to see an acquaintance work so hard, reminded her, You can ask Mr. Fool to help you recall while making the offering. There's no need for any special memorization. If you encounter any problems, you can also pray to him by chanting his honorific name. Him? Miss Justice actually used a personal pronoun that represented a deity to address Mr. Fool. Him. Could it really be him? But why is he willing to help with such trivial matters? That's not right. As long as the ritualistic magic is appropriate, the 7 Orthodox deities will often respond to their believers and fulfill their requests. Furs turned her head to Justice and said, Thank you for your reminder. Thank you for your reminder. Your title is your character. Audrey suddenly felt a little guilty. She immediately thought of another question and hurriedly said, Miss Magicians, do you know the acting method? Acting? Furs looked at him in confusion. She soon discovered that Son, the hanging man, and the other members didn't have any additional reactions to the term. Clearly, they knew what it meant. Today's gathering made me feel like a country girl who had just arrived in Bakeland. After all, I've attended so many Beyonder gatherings. Firs thought, half sad and half happy. She couldn't help but want to write a novel based on this mood and feeling. She would call it Miss Wall's Journey in the Dream. You don't seem to know. Audrey made a firm judgment based on her reaction and her usual behavior. She turned around, looked at the end of the long ancient table, and spoke to the figure shrouded in thick gray fog. Mr. Fool, can you tell Miss Magicians about the acting method? If it's possible, what price does she need to pay? Audrey had originally planned on directly asking if she could exchange for a new Roselle diary like before, but she immediately realized that Firs's Beyonder circle overlapped with hers. This way, she would lose many opportunities to obtain Roselle's diary. This isn't too important. Sooner or later, Firs will know that Mr. Fool needs Roselle's diary, and I'll definitely have other Beyonder circles. However, she knows that I have a few pages of Roselle's diary. If she wants to collect them, the first person she'll look for will definitely be me. However, Mr. Fool has already read my diary. After this gathering, I have to find a chance to tell Firs that Roselle's diary was accidentally lost. Audrey deduced a chain reaction and tried her best to express her worries to Mr. Fool through body language. What is Miss Justice hinting at? She knows Firs, but she doesn't wish to expose her identity. In other words, she doesn't wish for the remuneration I propose to cause trouble in this aspect. Klein chuckled thoughtfully. You decide and explain. I don't wish to repeat such topics. This is a form of respect for the goddess, he added inwardly. Praise Mr. Fool. Audrey's heart leaped with joy. She straightened her back, raised her chin slightly, and tried her best to look at Magician's Firs differently. The acting method is to speed up the mastery of the potion and reduce the risk of losing control to the greatest extent. Do you want to know? There's such a method? Is it real or fake? A high-level figure like Mr. Fool definitely wouldn't lie about such a trivial matter. Firs widened her slightly languid eyes and pursed her lip. Yes. As long as one was a Beyonder, there was no one who didn't want to know such a method. Firs suddenly felt a little excited. Audrey thought seriously and said, There are 2 requirements. First, without Mr. Fool's permission, you are not to tell anyone about the acting method. Second, you have to pay £200. Her original plan was to use Roselle's diary as a discount. Back then, she and the hanging man had used the number of diary pages to repay the debt. But in reality, Roselle's diary was sold very cheaply because it couldn't be cracked. Furthermore, most of the time, it was impossible to determine whether it was real or fake. The total price after conversion was a little unworthy of the acting method. Therefore, she added a little more on top of that. If Mr. Fool's dependents are no longer short of money, I'll accept the £200. After that, I'll look for the diary pages to repay Mr. Fool's debt. Audrey had already thought of a follow-up deal. £200? The method to reduce the risk of losing control is only £200? Isn't that too cheap? Surprised and delighted, Firs was afraid that she would go back on her word. Without hesitation, she said, Deal. Chapter 3:15. Audrey was just about to request for a private conversation when she suddenly realized something. World, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, didn't show any interest in the acting method. He didn't even have the urge to ask. He had already grasped the acting method, to begin with, or had he privately consulted Mr. Fool? Audrey mumbled, but she still cautiously requested for a private conversation. Then, she looked at Firs and deliberated over her words and pronunciation. Our attitude towards potions shouldn't be grasping them, but digesting them. The key to digesting them is acting, and the key to acting is the name of the potion. Why? Firs blurted out. She deliberated for a moment and added another question. Then, how should we act? Audrey recalled Mr. Fool's posture and examples from back then. She repeated the description of the castle, the guards, the invitation, and the disguise. Finally, she said, in short, The goal of acting is to harmonize the body, heart, and spirit, to bypass the stubborn resistance of the remnant psyche of the potion, shattering and digesting it. As a novelist, Furs had a powerful imagination. When Justice finished speaking, she had already sketched out the corresponding scenes in her mind and basically understood what she was trying to say. Is that so? So it's possible to eliminate the remnant psyche influence of the potion and reduce the risk of losing control. The more I think about it, the more I feel that it's possible. Furs's doubts gradually decreased as a sense of pleasant surprise slowly filled her heart. Finally, she asked in confirmation, "Was it Mr. Fool?" Yes, this was taught by Mr. Fool? Yes, if it wasn't for Mr. Fool, we might have already lost control. Our existence proves that the acting method is effective, Audrey praised from the bottom of her heart. Phew! Furs secretly exhaled as she felt that her future was filled with the radiance of hope. Could this be the fortuitous encounters described in various novels? What a wonderful feeling! However, I still can't be careless. Mr. Fool might be an evil god who harbors ill intentions and hides himself very deeply. Furs reminded herself inwardly. Soon after, she began to think about a more important problem, which was how to act as an apprentice. Based on the literal meaning of the word, apprentice meant that he was still immature in all aspects of his skills, and he still had to receive guidance and focus on learning. I can't be stubborn, I can't be arrogant, I have to understand the insignificance of my own strength. Furs quickly dispersed her thoughts, not even noticing that the private communication environment had been suspended. At this moment, the son Derek silently looked around and gritted his teeth. I want to know which 7 gods you are talking about, as well as their general situation. He finally couldn't help but ask the question that had been in his heart for a long time. I know that. Audrey almost failed to react at first, but she quickly figured out what son was asking, so she raised her right hand slightly. At the same time, the hanging man and the world also indicated that they could answer. What are they doing? Furs looked at them blankly, trying hard to recall what had just happened. A moment later, she remembered the question about the sun and figured out the hidden meaning behind his words. It can't be? He actually doesn't know about the 7 gods? Where did he come from? Furs looked in surprise at Mr. Sun, who was only a young man. In the northern continent, apart from immature children, there was no one who didn't know about the 7 orthodox gods. Even the poor and vagabonds who were struggling to survive were no exception. To them, the free food that was occasionally given out by the church was very tempting, and the workhouse that was opened was a candle flame in their despair. People from the southern continent's colonies? But why would he ask such a simple question here? There's no need for that. He could just find a church and get a pastor or priest to preach, and he would be able to figure out the relevant content. Where exactly does Sun live? What a freak! As Furs muttered to herself, she looked around and realized that Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, and Mr. the World weren't surprised. At that moment, the fog-shrouded Klein smiled when he saw the 3 of them rush to answer. Mr. Sun, who do you want to make a deal with? What are you willing to pay? Sun pursed his lips and thought for a few seconds. I'll make a deal with each of them individually. Only then will I be able to obtain the most comprehensive information. In the harsh environment of the City of Silver, he had matured a little from the previous few patrols and cleanup operations. He paused for a moment. The payment is that you can ask me a question, and I can answer it. I agree. I'm very interested in the City of Silver, Audrey said without hesitation with a faint smile. City of Silver? What's this place? Why haven't I heard of it? Furs looked around blankly, feeling like she couldn't understand what they were talking about. Audrey glanced at her and kindly explained, Mr. Sun isn't in the North or South continent. Mr. Sun isn't in the northern and southern continents, nor is he on an island in the ocean. The City of Silver is located beyond our knowledge or exploration limit. It's a lie, right? This was the first thought that popped into Fur's mind. However, Sun's performance and the idea that it was impossible for everyone to join forces to deceive me made her quickly accept Audrey's explanation. This secret gathering is more unbelievable than I imagined. Mr. Fool is more powerful than I imagined. Furs secretly exhaled and sighed wistfully. Audrey vaguely read her current thoughts. For a moment, she wanted to brag about how Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings, Intis Ambassador Bakerland, and Swindler Lenevis had all died because of tarot. Unfortunately, if Furs were to know of these three matters, she would immediately associate Audrey with justice. I have to keep it a secret, even if it's difficult, I have to keep it a secret. Audrey suddenly took a deep breath. As she didn't understand the City of Silver and didn't know what to ask, Furs didn't participate in the subsequent transaction and chose to watch from the sidelines. The Hanging Man and the world agreed to Sun's request one after another. The happiest person was Klein. To him, this meant that his harvest had gone from 1 to 3. The Fool could hear the content of a private conversation, and Klein clearly didn't plan on shielding himself. Student, the Sun sure is simple. He laughed in his heart. As there was a lot of information related to the 7 deities, Justice, the Hanging Man, and the world could only choose the key points to write. After a while, they passed their respective descriptions to Sunday. Derek quickly skimmed through it, and his gaze stopped on a few lines of words. Apart from the Lord who created everything, the most ancient deities are the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom. Their churches are the most ancient churches. Why haven't I heard of them? I haven't heard of any of these deities. I feel like there's something very important hidden here. Sun knew that the time of the tarot gathering was limited, so he hurriedly ended his reading. He planned on praying to Mr. Fool when he returned and asked him to help him awaken his memories. Right on the heels of that, the first person to raise a question was Audrey. Due to the serial murders, she was very interested in the sequence of devils, so she imitated Mr. World and asked the corresponding questions. Derek answered skillfully and added an additional sentence. At the corresponding sequence 7, Beyonders of the Abyss pathway are able to effectively interfere with divination and mediumship. The powers of devils are truly terrifying. I wonder if my sequence 7 psychiatrist will bring about a qualitative change. Or do I need to reach sequence 6? Audrey felt a little apprehensive when she heard that. The second question came from Alger, the Hanging Man. He seemed to have deliberated for a long time as he looked at Sun and said in a deep voice, I want to know about the City of Silver's creation myth. The slightly tense Derek relaxed a little and said, That's right. The omnipotent and omniscient God created everything and entered a deep slumber. Giant King Ormer, Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt, Elf King Sanayathrim, Vampire Ancestor Lilith, Devil Monarch Farbudi, Phoenix Ancestor Gregrace, Mutant King Kvaster, Demonic Wolf King Fleegria. They divided the authority left behind by the Lord and became gods that ruled over the sky, land, and sea. They ruled over reality, the spirit world, and the astral world. They ruled over all races, true gods, ancient gods. Fleegria? Klein, who was listening by the side, suddenly noticed a familiar word. Every time he advanced and was in an unstable state, or when he came into contact with the remnant influence of the Antigonus family's notebook, there would always be illusory ravings echoing in his ears. Hornacis. Fleegria. Hornacis. Fleegria. Hornacis. Fleegria. Klein had long known that Hornacis was referring to the mountain range with the country of the Evernight ruins, but he never knew what the word Fleegria meant. And now, for the first time, he was hearing Fleegria from someone else's mouth. King of the demonic wolves, an ancient deity. But why would he be involved with the Hornacis mountain range? Klein maintained his posture as he quietly listened to Sun continue. Some of them perished in battle, while others were stripped of their authority by the Lord who created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, after he awoke. The first part is the creation myth, and the latter part is the history of the City of Silver's true history. The hanging man Alger wasn't done listening. He wanted to know more, but due to Sun's unwillingness to speak further, he could only stop in time and think. King of the demonic wolves, Phlegria, left the stage of history in the second epoch, which was the dark epoch long before the cataclysm. As Klein pondered, he controlled the world to ask questions. He originally wanted to ask which sequence Beyonder could freely switch between physical and spirit bodies, just like Miss Sharon. If Sun didn't know such knowledge, he could consider other questions. But now, there was something more important that he wanted to know, so he said in a gloomy and hoarse voice, hence, he asked in a deep voice, everything about King of the Demonic Wolves, Phlegria. Sun looked at Mr. World in surprise and frowned slightly. I don't know much about this ancient god, Limu said. He is also known as the Annihilation Demonic Wolf and the Evernight Demonic Wolf. Evernight Demonic Wolf. Evernight? Klein narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 3:16. The country of the Evernight on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range believes in the ruler of the night, Mother Sky. This is definitely related to the Evernight Demonic Wolf, Phlegria? Therefore, the illusory ravings I heard were Hornacis. Phlegria? What's the connection between Phlegria, an ancient god, and the goddess? According to Roselle, Sequence 0 is equivalent to a true god. Every sequence only has one sequence 0. The goddess inherited the authority of the Evernight Demonic Wolf? He was not the oldest god, nor was he the eye of the self-proclaimed creator? Yes, this is a side clue that can't be considered proof. The people of the life school of thought worship the moon, the crimson moon formed from one of the creator's eyes, but they don't believe in the Evernight goddess. Klein immediately thought of many things as he controlled the world to speak after some deliberation. Nothing else. There's nothing else. The matter of the king of demonic wolves, Phlegria, is considered a myth in the City of Silver. Sun felt that he hadn't answered at all, so he suggested in embarrassment, Mr. World, you can change your question. Change the question? Little Sun, you're too straightforward. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Klein made the world hoarsely say, that's right. Your honesty and trustworthiness are impressive. I previously met a Beyonder. He can freely switch between his physical body and spirit body, and he can control zombies. Do you know which pathway and sequence he belongs to? Although Sun was in the forsaken land of the gods, in the City of Silver, and it was impossible for him to have any connection with the capital of the Ruan Kingdom, Bakeland, Klein was cautious and changed the he that referred to Miss Sharon to he. By the way, he's not a high-sequence Beyonder, World added in a deep voice. Sun seriously recalled the contents of the textbook. If it's not a high-sequence Beyonder, then we can eliminate the Phoenix pathway. Phoenix pathway? Klein deliberately made the world show some surprise. After attending so many gatherings, Derek knew very well that the City of Silver's customary way of addressing the sequence pathway was somewhat different from what Miss Justice and company had described. Therefore, he didn't find it strange. It's the Beyonder pathway that rules death and partially controls the spirit world. Its sequence 9 is Corpse Collector. So it's the death pathway. From the looks of it, Phoenix ancestor Greg Race is an ancient death. Klein sat at the end of the long bronze table without changing his posture as he controlled World to nod. I understand. Please continue. Derek immediately replied, that's right. I can only think of two possibilities. The first is a special devil. Like I said before, different races evolve into different types of devils. Some of them can freely switch between physical and spiritual bodies, but they are quite rare, and they may not be able to control zombies. Can humans do it? The world asked. No, at least I don't know of any similar examples, Sun said honestly. What about the second possibility? Klein recalled Miss Sharon's usual performance in battle, while the world changed his sitting posture. Derek replied solemnly, That's right. Xenogeneic. Xenogeneic? Aren't you referring to monsters? The world asked hoarsely. Klein clearly remembered that Mr. Aztec once mentioned that mutants referred to humans who were cursed. Because of the different curses, mutants formed different races. They were usually the same as humans, but there was always a twisted and repressed desire hidden in their hearts. When a certain scene appeared, or when they were stimulated by a certain object, it would explode and they would turn into monsters, wantonly satisfying their desire to kill, bloodthirst, and other things. Every time they exploded, they would become a little colder, and finally, they would completely lose the positive emotions of being human. Among them, the most representative was the werewolf. Sun nodded frankly. Yes, mutants are monsters that split from humans due to the negative effects of certain Beyonder characteristics. It's not a curse, but the negative effects of certain Beyonder characteristics? Sitting in the thick gray fog, the fool Klein realized that this was different from Mr. Aztec's description. Was this what people knew about xenogeneics before the cataclysm? General knowledge that everyone in the city of Silver knows is rather precious to the Beyonders of the northern and southern continents. Klein increasingly realized how special the forsaken land of the gods was. At this moment, Derek continued. The characteristics that mutants possess happen to form a Beyonder pathway. Therefore, ordinary humans can also become mutants by consuming potions. Xenogeneic path? Which one was he referring to? What's the corresponding sequence 9 called? Klein asked the world out of curiosity. Derek didn't care which question it was, and he treated it as a necessary supplement. In the City of Silver, the corresponding sequence 9 is called prisoner. The heart is the body's prisoner, and the body is the world's prisoner. This refers to the restrained madness and repressed desires. Prisoner? This pathway is in the hands of Rose School. They are famous for their bloody sacrifices and worship the so-called chained god. Miss Sharon doesn't look like such a cold person who kills indiscriminately. Wait, Merrick seems to be being pursued by some faction. He and Miss Sharon are defectors from Rose School? They defected in order to not become a crazy cultist? Klein made the world say with some guesses, I'm very satisfied with your answer. I'm very satisfied with your answer. The deal is complete. Following that, the members shared what they had seen and heard. Klein ended the tarot gathering in time before his spirituality was depleted. When the world above the gray fog returned to calm, there wasn't even a fake person. He began to travel back and forth between the mysterious space and the real world, bringing the master key to the ancient palace. Although I've deduced from Roselle's diary that there's a high chance that the apprentice pathway doesn't have a sequence 0, I still can't be rash. Sequence 1 and Sequence 2 might be able to effectively counterattack from a distance. Besides, what if there really is a Sequence 0? What if there really is a Sequence 0? I can't gamble with my life. Klein calmed down for a while and wrote a divination statement. Its source. Then, he held the master key to prevent the it from pointing in the wrong direction. Leaning back in his chair, Klein silently recited the divination statement and gradually fell asleep. In the gray, illusory, and fragmented world, he saw a bronze lamp stand with many flickering candlelight. Around the lamp stand, there seemed to be a secret room. There wasn't any external light. There was a long table, a black iron pot, a glass jar, a brown notebook, and other items. A young man dressed in a black classic robe stood in front of the long table, staring blankly at the medicine in his hand. Ancestors, I'm about to embark on the path of Beyonders. I'll definitely be able to recreate the glory of the house of Abraham. He muttered to himself as he drank the medicine. The muscles on his face contorted, revealing a pained expression. All of a sudden, he let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. He kept struggling and clutching his own neck. In just a few seconds, he tore apart his clothes and peeled off his skin, turning into a monster covered in blood. Bang! His flesh and blood exploded, and every piece seemed to have a life of its own. They kept crawling in all directions, leaving behind traces of corrosion. In the end, they failed to leave the secret room and slowly returned to silence. Specks of light gathered and fused with a broken finger, turning into a simple and unadorned brass key. At the same time, Klein saw a silver pocket watch embedded with diamonds in the cloth. The dream ended as he opened his eyes and looked forward. He sighed. Seriously, he said that he wanted to restore the glory of the house of Abraham, but he failed at the first step. There's a certain level of risk in becoming a sequence. 9. The house of Abraham was a great noble of the Tudor dynasty in the fourth epoch. It was said that they controlled the beyonder path of apprentice, but it was likely incomplete. Klein recalled the scene he had just seen, tapped the edge of the long table with his fingers, and muttered to himself. It was spoken in Rouen. He's speaking Loanese. I can't tell where his accent is from. It's popular to embed pure diamonds on pocket watches without any other gems. It's only been 10 years since then. When I have the time, I'll go to the Harvest Church again and ask Father Utravsky where he obtained the master key. Perhaps I can find some clues. Just as Klein was about to leave the world above the gray fog, the illusory star that symbolized the magicians expanded and contracted. This was Furz's request to hold a sacrificial ritual. Furz originally wouldn't have brought that much cash with her, but she had been preparing to participate in the Beyonder gathering, so she had specially kept £500 to see if she could buy the items she wanted. Who knew that the corresponding gathering would be cancelled due to the situation? Now it was just right to use it to pay for the apothecary formula and the acting method, a total of £430. Seeing the screen appear and the banknotes disappear, Furz was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted. She sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. Selling the apothecary formula to Viscount Glaint for £300 will do. I can't be too greedy, or it will destroy a long-term partnership. As for Miss Audrey, I'll ignore her for now. She has hopes of contacting the psychology alchemists and directly obtaining the corresponding formula. It's really impossible. I'll go to the tarot gathering to purchase it. Sigh, I have to observe if the acting method is effective. If it is, I'll consider how to pray to Mr. Fool. Zio, that idiot. She's usually an arbiter, so she unknowingly meets the requirements of the acting method. Furz thought of the future. At the same time that he received the £430, Klein also received a prayer from Miss Justice. She said that if Mr. Fool's adorer no longer needed cash, she could use the promise of collecting Roselle's diary in exchange for the £200. She had to satisfy Mr. Fool. I'm very satisfied. I'm just short of a few dozen pounds to have £1,000. Klein politely rejected Miss Justice's good intentions. Following that, he busied himself helping Sun awaken the memories of the 7 deities information. After doing all of this, Klein returned to the real world, exhausted. He pulled open the curtains and flipped through the serial murder case dossiers again, searching for the animal that might exist. Chapter 317. In a cramped room in the city of Silver, son Derek Berg sat by the bed, quietly recalling the information he had obtained on the 7 deities. The names of the deities that he had never heard of and the specious ancient myths were all telling him of a completely different new world than the city of Silver. Is that a land that hasn't been abandoned by the gods? Or should I say, a land protected by a new deity? Derek sat in the darkness without any additional movements. From time to time, lightning would flash across the window, bringing with it a strong light. He slowly focused his thoughts on the authorities that the 7 deities wielded and compared them with the ancient deities like the dragon of imagination Anquel. The so-called god of combat is very close to the giant king Ormur. The authority of the Lord of Storms is similar to that of the elf king Saniathrim. The Evernight goddess seems to be a combination of the king of demonic wolves, Phlegria, and the vampire ancestor Lilith. The eternal blazing sun, Earth Mother, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the god of steam and machinery aren't similar. Regarding the myths and legends, I didn't pay enough attention in class and missed out a lot of things. Since I don't have any patrol missions, I'll go to the Steeple Library and read through the information. Derek suddenly stood up and did as he thought of it. His problem was also the problem of most of the residents of the City of Silver. When receiving general education, the focus was on practical courses like demonology, monster classification, charms, and extraordinary basic. They were all used to deal with monsters in the depths of the darkness and increase the production of edible plants. When listening to supplementary subjects like mythology, they often weren't focused enough. If it wasn't for the fact that the history of the City of Silver made the residents more united, increasing everyone's sense of honor and mission, and that the 6-member council was very strict in this aspect, Derek believed that he would only be able to remember what had happened in the last 20 to 30 years. Carrying the axe of Hurricane, Derek walked out of his house and walked along the clean but ancient mottled stone path until he reached the Twin Towers in the north of the city. One of the Twin Towers' spire was the City of Silver's library, the place where merit points were exchanged and daily necessities were distributed. The other spire belonged to the 6-member council, a mystical item that was rumored to have supported the City of Silver for more than 2,000 years. It was a recipe and material warehouse. After entering the steeple, Derek went straight to the 3rd floor. Based on his impression, he found the bookshelf with mythological information and the corresponding ancient book. He had just taken a fancy to an ancient book that was related to the creation myth. Just as he was about to pull it out, he discovered that a hand with slender fingers, fair skin, and a beautiful shape had snatched the book away before him. Derek traced the arm, and after a glance, he lowered his head, pressed his hand to his chest, and greeted in a deep voice. "Hello, Elder Lovia." The person who took the book was a member of the 6-member council, Shepherd Lovia. Lovia was wearing a black robe embroidered with many mysterious purple patterns. Her silver-gray hair was thick but slightly curly. Her face was smooth and tender, and her eyebrows were gorgeous. She looked to be in her early 30s, and her light gray eyes seemed to be able to see through souls. "Yes." In the face of Derek's greeting, Lovia nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. She silently took the book and left between the 2 rows of bookshelves. Elder Lovia seems to have become normal. Unlike before, she would always switch between different states irregularly. Sometimes she would cry, sometimes she would sneer, sometimes she would snort angrily, and sometimes she would be indifferent. Such thoughts flashed through Derek's mind subconsciously. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Because Elder Lovia is normal, after flipping through all the dossiers, Klein didn't find any records regarding animals. It was obvious that he had overlooked this problem during his previous investigations. Yes, I have to remember my previous thoughts. I can't recklessly investigate on my own. Ignoring the fact that I don't have enough special abilities to avoid the devil's premonition and grasp of danger, just the possibility of encountering the Nighthawks in charge is already very troublesome. My goal has always been to assist, analyze the case, come up with guesses, and determine the authenticity of the clues. Klein considered the problem of what he should do. After understanding the devil's abilities, he temporarily didn't dare to hand over the investigation of whether the suspects had pets to Stewart. There was a high chance that it would cause the deaths of the suspects. It's only a preliminary investigation without any specific direction. Stewart shouldn't encounter anything. The devil isn't a bunch of lunatics from the Aurora Order. He won't take the initiative to expose himself. Stewart will definitely be able to submit the report tomorrow or the day after. Perhaps there are clues hidden in there that others can't detect. Klein stood up and paced back and forth in the activity room with his hands in his pocket. The problem he was facing now was how to get the main force of the investigation to include animals in their line of sight. It definitely wouldn't do to mention it directly. That would arouse suspicion. It's the same if it's too obvious. Sigh, I'm not a spectator. I don't have beyonder powers in this area. Klein thought carefully and deliberated before finally deciding on a plan. He took out a piece of paper, held a fountain pen, and wrote, "Dear Mr. Stanton, I thought of a problem." Previously, when the detectives were discussing it, they all felt that the murderer's actions were very skillful, without any signs of jerkiness. He's very experienced, and I believe that it's impossible for him to be born with it. There has to be a lot of experience as a foundation, such as a medical student in surgery or a butcher in a butcher shop. Back then, I guess that he might have done similar cases in the past. This is one of the directions of the investigation, and it's also what I'm currently paying attention to. But after thinking about it over and over again for the past 2 days, I believe that it's incomplete. Perhaps he doesn't rely on killing people to gain experience. Is there a possibility that he's using pitiful animals to practice his skills? Living animals, different kinds of animals. The number of animals that die in Bakeland every day is uncountable, and no one knows of the ones that disappear into the depths of the sewers. These are good targets for practice. These are some of my immature views. I wish to share them with you. Sherlock Moriarty. Klein didn't directly mention that the murderer might be a demonized animal. He found another reason to practice his skills, hoping that Eichinger Stanton would notice the neglected animal world and alert the official beyonders in charge. As he wrote, he suddenly felt that this was also a direction. The reason why the devil hadn't been captured was because it spent most of its time hunting animals. And animals hunting animals wasn't something worth paying attention to. Let's do it this way. I hope it will give them some inspiration. Klein folded the letter, dressed neatly, and went to the mailbox at the end of the street to deliver it. 15 minutes later, Lawyer Jurgen watched Detective Sherlock pass by the oriel window again and again. He finally couldn't help but open the door and politely ask, "Mr. Moriarty, did you forget your keys?" I guess so." Klein forced a smile. "Why don't you come to my place as a guest? You can go back after dinner and it's dark. I know that you private detectives are very good at climbing," Jurgen invited with a serious expression. "That works too?" Klein was stunned for a second before he smiled sincerely. "That would be my honor." Lawyer Jurgen's grandmother was at the level of a chef. "Furthermore, I can stroke the cat." After the sky turned completely dark, Klein, who had eaten and drunk his fill, rested at home for a while, took his cane, and left Minsk Street. He planned on making another trip to Rose Street south of the bridge to ask Bishop Yutravsky about the origins of the master key. With the help of the dowsing rod technique, he successfully arrived at the Harvest Church in the dead of night and sneaked in according to the previous route. However, Bishop Yutravsky didn't repent in the cathedral hall tonight. In the silence and darkness, there were only rows of seats. "He's resting?" Puzzled, Klein walked towards the living area at the back of the hall. Just as he rounded the corner, he suddenly saw the giant-like Bishop Yutravsky walking up the stairs to the basement. The heavy stone door was banging loudly. Who did he detain in the basement? Klein instantly thought of a series of unhealthy news. Bishop Yutravsky looked up and saw Klein in his previous disguise. He was surprised and asked in a daze, "What's wrong with you?" After a pause he asked, "You haven't found your way home? Do I look like someone who's been lost for so long?" Klein forced a smile. "Father, I'm not lost." "You think that formula is fake? That's impossible." Bishop Yutravsky frowned and stopped halfway up the stairs. This way, he was on par with Klein. "No, it's real," Klein answered honestly. At this moment, the stone door to the basement was slammed again. It became more and more intense, accompanied by a male voice saying, "Let me out." "What's this?" Klein couldn't help but ask. Bishop Yutravsky smiled warmly. "A vampire." Just as he said that, the man in the basement shouted, "What's wrong with vampires? Vampires should be locked up here by you? Should they listen to your nagging every day and listen to you reciting scriptures? Pooey, I'm a noble sanguine." Don't use such a vulgar term to describe me. Let me tell you, I worship the moon and will never change my faith to Earth Mother. Give up, you despicable priest. This was the first time Klein had met a real vampire, so he couldn't help but ask, Father, where did you catch him? Bishop Yutravsky looked at Klein with a strange expression. He's the original owner of the master key. One day, he got lost and walked into this cathedral. Klein seriously considered whether he should carry the master key with him in the future. Thankfully, I know divination, he thought rejoicingly. It just so happened that he entered a state of thirst for blood, and I discovered something abnormal, Bishop Yutravsky added with a smile. Pooey, don't mention blood to me. What I need is the blood of a beautiful girl, not a dirty old man like you. The vampire in the basement suddenly became irritable. Bishop Yutravsky explained without any anger. When he thirsts for blood, I'll get him some of mine. Klein nodded and took a closer look. He discovered that the heavy stone door in the basement was engraved with the sacred emblem of life and many mysterious symbols, forming a complete seal. In the daytime, when there are more people praying, I'm afraid even the sound won't be able to be heard. Klein made a preliminary judgment. Is there anything I can help you with? Bishop Yutravsky asked. Klein answered frankly, yes. I want to know where the master key first came from. Then you'll have to ask him. Bishop Yutravsky pointed to the basement. The vampire inside suddenly fell silent before smiling leisurely. Friend, I can answer your question. But the premise is that you have to rescue me first. Chapter 3:18. He's really daring to ask for a price. Upon hearing the vampire's request, Klein was exasperated and amused. He glanced at Bishop Yutravsky and asked thoughtfully, Father, can I borrow your candle? It's the one from last time. I've forgotten its name. Before Bishop Yutravsky could answer, the vampire in the basement spoke in surprise. Before Bishop Yutravsky could reply, the vampire in the basement exclaimed in surprise, That's right. What do you want? At this moment, Bishop Yutravsky gently spoke. It's called the mental terror candle. Why do you want to borrow it? At this moment, Bishop Yutravsky gently said, It's called the mental terror candle. Father, you're very cooperative. You even know how to ask. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. Father, you're very cooperative. You even know how to ask. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. As you know, I have some special talent in this area. I'm very good at doing such things. Before he could finish his sentence, the vampire in the basement shouted, Bastard, give up! You'll be cursed if you do that to a noble sanguine. Doing this to the noble blood breeds will be cursed. Hey. I'll talk. I'll tell you the source of the master key. Klein immediately chuckled. Thank you for your cooperation. Humph. That dirty old man's friend really isn't a good person. As a sanguine, I'm already very restrained by only going to the hospital to steal blood from a blood bottle to drink. Why am I locked up here and listening to that long-winded housefly's Bible of life every day? The vampire in the basement grumbled angrily. Frankly speaking, if you're really the person you described and you met me, I would at most give you a warning or two. Unfortunately, when you got lost and entered this cathedral, you were facing a priest who used to kill people and loved to fight. He's now a pious, repentant, and fanatical believer. All I can say is that you're unlucky. However, Bishop Yutravsky has already recovered from his illness, so he probably won't really hurt you. At most, he'll keep you by his side. Klein silently responded. The vampire in the basement paused for a few seconds before saying, More than a month ago, I went to Southborough to steal a blood bottle to drink, but I ended up encountering a thief. He originally wanted to enter the hospital's financial office, but he got lost and opened the door of the blood bank. I caught him on the spot. He used that master key. He told me that he found it when he was stealing from a certain house. At the same time, he also obtained a pocket watch inlaid with diamond. Yes, it's in the basement. At first, he thought that the key corresponded to a room or a safe, so he tried them one by one. In the end, he found that all of them could be opened. This was an unimaginable surprise for a thief. After that, he succeeded again and again until I caught him and confiscated the key. Damn it, I never thought that the key would make people lose their way. It matches the scene I saw in my divination. However, is there a curse on this master key? The previous owner was detained because he got lost, and the previous owner was also caught on the spot because he got lost. Perhaps I really have to throw it above the gray fog and take it out when I need it. However, that would be a lot more troublesome. It might delay things. Klein controlled the changes in his expression and asked unhurriedly, "What's the matter? Did the thief say where he stole it?" The vampire in the basement muttered, "You're doubting my intelligence. You're doubting my intelligence. How could I not ask about this?" He said it was at 48 Riverbay Avenue south of the bridge. I originally planned on investigating it when I had the time, but, damn it. All right, I'm done answering. Don't disturb me anymore. Klein didn't leave just like that. Instead, he slowly took out a half-penny copper coin and recited softly, "That's right. He's lying." After 7 times, Klein's eyes darkened. He flicked the coin and watched it spin before landing in his palm. This time, the head was up, indicating that it was positive. In other words, the vampire was lying. The contents of the thief's description matched the scene I saw in my divination in many ways. It can't be fake. The vampire must have lied about the specific address. Klein looked at Bishop Utravsky and chuckled. He lied. Let me think, why would he lie? It's very unwise for him to vent his anger and take revenge on someone who has nothing to do with me. It's also very disadvantageous to his situation. So, I think he's actually using this method to seek help. That address might very well belong to his companions. Father, aren't you going to take a look? The basement instantly fell silent. After a few seconds, the vampire laughed and said, "I just don't want to tell you so easily. I just don't want to tell you so easily. You threatened me just now, so I lied to take revenge. Isn't that normal?" I can tell that he's forcing himself to calm down. Klein smiled. Then, what's the real answer? If you lie again, I don't mind sending this address to the 3 churches. I'll just say that it's related to the recent serial murders. Humans are truly vicious. The vampire gritted his teeth and sighed. 32, Verdi Street south of the bridge. Klein tossed the coin again and received an answer that indicated that the vampire wasn't lying. From the looks of it, vampires don't have the ability to interfere with divination. I'll go above the gray fog to confirm it later. Klein pressed his hand to his chest and bowed towards the heavy stone door of the basement. Thank you for your cooperation. The vampire in the basement snorted in response. Just as Klein turned around and was about to leave, he suddenly shouted, "Remember, my name is Emlyn White. Remember, my name is Emlyn White. Remember, my name is Emlyn White." What's the point of remembering your name? It's not like I plan on saving you. I'm not prepared, and I don't have the home field advantage. I can't beat Father Utravsky, and he has a mystical item that can transfuse blood. Could it be that this vampire's companion is offering a bounty for me, and he wishes for me to sell this information? Klein was taken aback for a moment before he walked out of the Harvest Church without a word. He randomly found a secluded spot, removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist, and did a divination about exploring 32 Verdi Street. The answer he received was that there was a certain level of danger, but it wasn't too high. There's a certain level of danger. Where is the danger? What kind of danger could it be? Klein seriously analyzed the situation and suspected that the apprentice who had lost control and died had turned into a ghost-type monster due to his intense resentment. Furthermore, it was a relatively strong one. That's not right. The thief clearly didn't encounter anything before coming out with the master key. Could it be that the danger lies in another secret location in the house? Klein thought carefully and felt that it was best for him to make sufficient preparations before heading there. It was to prevent himself from encountering an enemy that he found difficult to deal with his current Beyonder powers. At the very least, I have to wait until I buy bullets that can purify wraiths and shadows. He nodded slightly. With this consideration, combined with his previous battle with Dawn Paladin Bishop Utravsky, Klein suddenly felt that he could vaguely conclude the first rule of magicians: don't perform when you're not prepared. There's a high chance of being exposed, Klein silently added. On Tuesday morning, Klein prepared the butter and toasted 2 slices of bread. He wasn't in a hurry to eat. He opened the door and took out today's newspaper from the mailbox. There's a letter. He pulled out the letter from the newspaper and glanced at the envelope as he returned to the dining room. It's from Stuart. It looks like he's already completed the preliminary investigation. Klein nodded slightly, tore open the envelope, and shook the paper. As he read, he sat at the dining table. Stuart claimed that the 2 suspects didn't show any abnormal behavior. One of them guarded the grocery store with his wife and child, living a lifeless life. The other was busy with all kinds of temporary jobs, working tirelessly to maintain his livelihood. They weren't irritable, nor did they have the urge to fight. They also didn't lock themselves in their rooms alone. At the end of the letter, Stuart lamented the terrible situation in East Borough and vowed to save enough money so that he wouldn't end up there when he grew old. Thank you for your help. If there are any other clues in the future, I'll share them with you. Seeing that the other party hadn't discovered any useful clues, Klein simply replied to the letter. He didn't want the other party to be more deeply involved in the case, lest the devil sense the danger and kill the latent danger ahead of time. After putting down the pen and paper, Klein picked up a piece of bread with butter seeping in. He spent his breakfast leisurely with black tea and newspapers. During this process, he regretted that there were no signs of old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's Beyonder gathering being held. Sigh, the existence of that devil has seriously affected the lives of the Beyonders in Bakeland. I hope that Mr. Eichinger Stanton can notice my hint and gain something. Yes, he should be an officially certified Beyonder. Klein put down the newspaper, picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, and prepared to leave. His plans for today had been planned last week. He was going to the Royal Museum to visit the Roselle Memorial Exhibition in Empress Borough, in the luxurious villa of Earl Hall's family. Audrey was wearing a long, light-colored dress that boldly used lace. She had snow-white fur draped over her shoulders as she waited for her personal maid, Annie, to help her put on a bonnet that was inlaid with pearls and draped with fine gauze. Beside her, Susie was squatting there with a bow tied around her neck. "My beautiful little princess, where are you going?" Earl Hall asked as he stroked his beautiful mustache as he walked down the stairs. Audrey replied with bright eyes, "Dad, I plan on visiting the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. I'll take a look at the original copy of Roselle the Great's diary and find a chance to get some for Mr. Fool," she added inwardly. Earl Hall pondered for a moment and said, "Dad, I plan on visiting the Roselle Memorial Exhibition." Earl Hall pondered for a moment and said, "Why do you want to go today?" "There will be a lot of people, and it will be very chaotic." "Yes, I'll get someone to coordinate with the Church of Steam. After the official exhibition ends, it will be specially held for you and your friends for half a day. That way you can have a quiet and undisturbed tour. If you have something you want to admire up close, you can discuss it with them directly." "Oh, that seems even better. I can directly read the diary in this exhibition." Audrey lifted the hem of her dress and bowed. "Thank you, handsome Earl Hall." Chapter 319. Westboro, 2 Kings Avenue, Royal Museum. Although it wasn't a weekend, there was already a long line at the entrance when Klein arrived. According to the descriptions in the newspapers and magazines, he knew that the middle class in this world had fewer forms of entertainment. Other than reading newspapers, reading novels, attending opera concerts, playing tennis and squash, watching various plays, and holding or attending banquets and dances, the only three options left were visiting parks, visiting exhibitions, and going on vacation. And due to Roselle the Great's influence, annual leave was a relatively common phenomenon among this class. At 9 o'clock sharp, Klein, who was wearing a half-top hat, a black cane, and a double-breasted coat, held his ticket and followed the people in front of him into the museum. There was a division here. Different guides led a portion of the visitors to different passageways. Klein and a dozen or so people followed behind a beautiful woman, listening to her introduce Roselle's life. This was meaningless to Klein, who was half a historian. Therefore, out of boredom, he confirmed the location of his wallet. Due to the surge in his wealth, which had reached £952 and was only one step away from £1,000, his wallet could no longer hold that much cash. He could only selectively carry a portion of it. As for the rest, Klein was worried about leaving them unprotected at home, so he threw them all above the grey fog. As they walked, they entered the first exhibition hall. The female guide said excitedly, "This is the first exhibition hall." The female guide said excitedly, "Everyone, these are Roselle the Great's daily necessities. Look, that's the velvet blanket he used. That's the gold-inlaid glassware he used to drink wine. That's the toilet he used, the first toilet in the modern sense. Even a used toilet is put on display?" Klein suddenly felt a little pity for Roselle. Following that, he looked at the toilet behind the glass wall and discovered that it was shimmering with a golden glow. Its surface seemed to be covered in a layer of gold leaf, and it was engraved with complicated, exaggerated, and rather artistic patterns. How extravagant! Klein no longer felt pity for Roselle. There was only a layer of glass separating the toilet bowl from Roselle's daily clothes, including cuffs, a shirt with pleated collar, and so on. It could be seen that the female guide was very appreciative of the clothing culture of Intis. After the exhibition hall for daily use were the original manuscripts of the important documents issued by Roselle, including the Civil Code and other valuable historical relics. At this moment, the female guide pointed to a display cabinet and said, "That's right. This is one of the notebooks left behind by Roselle the Great. The symbols on it are mysterious and undeciphered by him. Many historians and archaeologists believe that these notebooks record the most unknown secrets of Roselle the Great. As a romantic person, I have my own speculation. Perhaps this is the symbol that Roselle the Great and the woman he loves the most have agreed on. They record each other, but they can never be together. You're very suitable to write novels." The corner of Klein's mouth twitched. His gaze then turned to the notebook that was spread open in the display cabinet. It was written in simplified Chinese that he was extremely familiar with. March 6. Damn it, the food here is making me constipated. March 17. Are the wives of Intis all this open-minded? Did I have sex with her, or did she have sex with me? It feels a little weird. March 22. It's time to choose a religion. On one side is the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and on the other side is the Church of Craftsmen. My choice is without a doubt. Praise be to you, God of Machines. One day, I will change the name of the Church of Craftsmen to the Church of Machinery. Indeed romantic. Romantic constipation. This should be the diary of Roselle the Great in his early days of transmigration. There's no valuable information at all. His handwriting is uglier than mine. Klein retracted his gaze and clicked his tongue. Of course, he had only seen the 2 pages that were spread open. He had no idea what else was written. I wonder how the security measures here are, and if there's a chance to sneak in and read through it. Klein looked around and found that there were quite a lot of security personnel on the surface. Perhaps there are beyonders from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. He muttered and followed the female guide into the next exhibition hall. It was called The Tender Roselle. This is the first love letter written by Roselle the Great. This is the first love poem he created, When You're Old. The female guide pointed at the manuscript in the display cabinet with bright eyes. Shameless. Yeats's coffin can't be held down any longer. Klein couldn't help but curse inwardly. This is a bracelet he made himself. This is the original manuscript of the novel he wrote. The female guide introduced with an abnormal tone of admiration. Klein tried his best not to show any change in his expression. Of course, he also believed that Roselle the Great, who had the artisan column in his Beyonder occupation, must have a very strong manual ability. This is a basic education textbook he improved for his children. Every word has a corresponding picture. This is a game he invented for his children. It's similar to Intis chess, but for some reason the way to play it didn't spread. This is a building toy he invented, and it's also for his children. The female guide unknowingly said with a hint of warmth. Isn't this just F***king chess? Besides, Lego is going to collect copyright fees from you. Klein could only curl the corners of his mouth to hide his other emotions. He swept his gaze and found a woman who was more than 7 meters tall standing in front of the display cabinet. The woman had chestnut hair that reached her waist and a well-proportioned figure. She was neither fat nor thin. She wore a girlish yellow cake dress, but she wore an old-fashioned black bonnet. A thin veil hung down, covering her face. She stood in front of the display cabinet, staring at the items inside for a long time without moving. By the time Klein and company followed the guide to the next exhibition hall, she still hadn't changed her posture. After passing a few more exhibition halls, the female guide pointed ahead and said, "What you will see next is a restored Roselle the Great study. What you will see next is the restored study of Emperor Roselle." As she spoke, Klein and company entered the exhibition hall, and the scene before them suddenly opened up. It was almost like a library, surrounded by rows of bookshelves that reached 2 stories high. There were stairs below them, and there were passageways between them, forming a 3-dimensional paradise of books. It can be imagined that the owner of this place once climbed up and down the stairs in search of the book he wanted to read. The guide described a vivid scene. You can imagine that the owner of this place once climbed up and down the stairs in search of the book he wanted to read. The guide described a vivid scene. In the middle of the rows of bookshelves were desks, chairs, brass lamp holders, and other items. They were all covered by glass, preventing them from coming into contact with the outside world. In the middle of the rows of bookshelves were desks, chairs, brass lampstands, and other objects. They were all covered by glass and did not come into contact with the outside world. The stack of manuscripts wasn't spread out, so only the contents of the first page could be seen. The stack of manuscripts was not opened, so only the contents of the first page could be seen. It depicted a rectangular object with a detailed description. This is a portable, miniaturized application of the telegraph. It can be used to connect to people who have the same item, send and receive messages that they want to exchange, and even talk directly. This requires better positioning. I think we can boldly look up to the sky. There are no obstacles there, so we can better transmit the signal. Emperor, you won't even let go of your phone. Klein couldn't help but cover his face. At this moment, the narrator introduced the stack of manuscripts. They record the fantastic ideas of Roselle the Great, the inventions that he had yet to turn into reality, the glory of our human civilization. Klein didn't pay attention to the flattering words and casually looked at other things. Suddenly, he noticed a bookmark in a hardcover book on the table. The exposed part of the bookmark depicted a child's random drawing. Roselle the Great isn't good at drawing. Just as Klein mocked inwardly, he suddenly recalled something. Roselle had once disguised a card of blasphemy as a bookmark and placed it in a particular book. Could it be this one? Klein carefully observed it for a few seconds without leaving a trace, but he didn't discover anything amiss. That's right. The Emperor said that the card of blasphemy is anti-divination and anti-prophecy. Under normal circumstances, there's no way to discover its uniqueness. If it could be identified so easily, the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery would have long taken it away. Klein moved his gaze away and sized up the other books. He discovered that many of them had bookmarks in them, and these bookmarks were of different shapes and sizes. He pondered for a moment, used his clown powers to control his facial muscles, and asked curiously, "Are these all books that Roselle the Great has read?" "Sorry, I mean, are these the original books?" The female guide nodded affirmatively and said, "Yes. These are all items from Roselle the Great's study back then, including but not limited to books, manuscripts, bookmarks, lampstands, ink bottles. However, even more items have been destroyed in a few conflicts." Klein nodded slightly and looked at the bookmarks again. Roselle had mentioned in his diary that he wanted to place the card of blasphemy in a very valuable book, making it so that no one would imagine that the most valuable item in the book is actually an inconspicuous bookmark. Which of these books is very valuable? Klein recalled the details of the diary and eliminated them. The Glorious Age. Doesn't seem like it. The History of the Kingdom of Intis. Doesn't seem like it. The History of the Northern Continent. That's possible, but it's not likely. The Improvement Principles of Steam Machinery. Ditto. Klein scanned them one by one, and his gaze suddenly stopped on the stack of manuscripts he saw the earliest. It recorded the items on Earth that Roselle wanted to invent but didn't have the means to do so. Chapter 320. A plagiarized manuscript. No, a creative manuscript. It should be considered a very valuable book. Could this be a card of blasphemy? Klein's heart stirred as he tapped his molars and secretly activated his spirit vision. However, he didn't discover anything abnormal. He then scanned the other bookmarks and received the same answer. That's right. If it was that easy to detect, I wouldn't have had the chance to come here. Klein deactivated his spirit vision and used the details he learned from Roselle's diary, as well as the Emperor's personality, to eliminate them. According to his understanding, since Roussel had said that a book with a card of blasphemy was very valuable, it couldn't be too ordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to satisfy such a strong sense of viciousness, to use a lot of valuable knowledge to set off an inconspicuous bookmark, making the recipient suffer an invisible prank. Therefore, books of low value can be disregarded. In that case, Klein looked around and carefully identified them, completely ignoring what the guide was saying. All in all, in the entire study, only the creative manuscript seems to fit the criteria. The other books can only be said to be of ordinary value. With Roselle's personality, he definitely wouldn't choose them. Yes, Roselle is the kind of person who would hide his secrets in the most obvious place, but none of you would be able to find it. As Klein thought, he gave the Emperor an emoji. Of course, it was impossible for him to confirm that the bookmark was a card of blasphemy in disguise. This was because the books of high value that Roselle possessed clearly included works in the field of mysticism. And it was impossible for the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery to display such books. Yes, I have to first confirm if it's a card of blasphemy before considering if I should take action. Unfortunately, the date of January 20th can't be eliminated. No one knows which day each bookmark was clipped into the book. Klein silently muttered to himself, turned to look at the guide who had stopped, and asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" He turned to look at the guide who had stopped and asked with a smile, "Do any of the books in the bookshelves contain things like this? For example, a note written to Roselle by a certain noble lady." This question made many men let out a knowing laugh. The female guide shook her head and said, No, there isn't. The books with extra information have all been picked out and placed here for everyone to read. This is just a restoration of Roselle the Great's study, not a restoration of a certain point in time. There's no need to maintain a certain state. Klein smiled. Understood, this is really disappointing. This was simply too good. There's only one bookmark that needs to be verified in the entire exhibition hall, so the difficulty has plummeted," he added happily in his heart. When the guide introduced Rozelle's favorite books, Klein looked around again and observed the overall layout of the exhibition hall. In order to restore the room from more than 100 years ago, there were no gas lamps around the hall. The main source of illumination was an oriel window with an iron grille a few meters away and a huge crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. As for the brass lampstand on the desk, there were no candles placed on it. It was purely a decoration. Klein looked out the oriel window and saw the yellow and withered lawn outside, as well as a straight iron black lamp pole. He memorized the location and cast his gaze back to the book the female guide introduced. He began to analyze the feasibility of the theft plan. One premise is that, according to Rozelle's intentions, the various churches and the various ancient families that are part of the royal family don't wish to see him spread the cards of blasphemy and destroy the stable order that has existed for more than 1,000 years. Therefore, if I were the archbishop in charge of handling this matter, I would directly set fire to all the items left behind by Rozelle. If the cards of blasphemy can be completely destroyed just like that, the outcome would perfectly match the wishes of the deities. If the cards of blasphemy are difficult to destroy, they would definitely expose their abnormalities after being burned. Since the items left behind by Rozelle are still here, it means that he must have used some method to make everyone, including the deities, believe that he had given away all the cards of blasphemy without leaving a single one behind. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that some churches or ancient families are attempting to rely on the cards of blasphemy to make up for a particular beyonder pathway they need, but the possibility is very small. This is because this gives Rozelle a chance to form a united front. There's no need for him to go to the extent of spreading the cards of blasphemy to destroy order. In that case, his diary will show a certain level of confidence and corresponding worry. It's impossible for him to only be pessimistic and think of relying on that ancient secret organization. In addition, more than 100 years have passed. The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, which is in charge of these items, has already conducted countless restorative searches. Therefore, almost no one will believe that the cards of blasphemy are hidden here. In other words, the security level of this exhibition won't be too high. Furthermore, the most important point is that all of Bakeland is in a state of anxiety and panic because of that serial killer devil. The Beyonders of the 3 churches are conducting citywide investigations and searches. The number of people that the Machinery Hive Mind team can assign to this unimportant exhibition is definitely very limited. Yes, the thing that's most worth protecting here is Rozelle's diary. Many unaffiliated Beyonders worship the Emperor, believing that those unique symbols contain a deeper mystery and have the motive and ability to steal it. Therefore, the Guardian's focus must be on that exhibition hall. When I get back, I'll do a divination above the gray fog and verify it with my analysis. However, I have to verify if it's a card of blasphemy in advance. Otherwise, if I were to take the risk and expend a lot of effort only to steal an ordinary bookmark, I might as well go back to my grave. How should I verify it? This can't be done when I sneak in again, and there's no chance now. I have to find someone else to help me. I have to be careful. Klein followed behind the guide with a focused expression, as though he was listening very seriously. Miss Magicians, she's an apprentice. She can pass through walls and doors, similar to a master key. She's a good candidate. But she's only a sequence 9, and the mission of sneaking in to verify it is too dangerous for her, Miss Zio? No, she's not cut out for this at all. Get her to find a thief for help? No, that won't do. There are Beyonders guarding this place. There's a high chance that the thief will be caught on the spot, thus exposing the fact that someone is eyeing Rozelle's bookmark. Miss Sharon? She's strong enough, and her condition is suitable for such a mission. But the problem is that the card of blasphemy is a divine item that can make most Beyonders kill each other. I still don't trust her. Klein's thoughts raced as he analyzed the helpers he could find. Gradually, he locked onto a target. Miss Justice. She comes from an extraordinary family and is a noble. Is it possible for her to use her wealth and power to use her interest as an excuse to touch the bookmark? Yes, the chances aren't small. Furthermore, this method won't alarm anyone. It's beneficial for me to sneak in and steal it later. The more Klein thought about it, the more he found it feasible. As for the problem of how to verify it, due to the card of blasphemy's anti-divination and anti-prophecy, he could only think of one solution for the time being. That was to attempt to destroy the bookmark. Didn't anti-divination and anti-prophecy say that using similar methods on an item that hid the card of blasphemy would result in failure or interference? Wouldn't that be equivalent to confessing? What this really meant was that even if I obtained the card of blasphemy, divining it would be equivalent to divining an ordinary item. It would be equivalent to divining an ordinary item that it was pretending to be. In any case, I can't guess what kind of activation password the Emperor set. I can only use such a simple and crude method to confirm it. If the card of blasphemy can indeed be destroyed, then it can only be said that I'm temporarily not fated with it. Yes, with the Emperor's preferences, perhaps I can try an activation incantation. He once joked in his diary, "Do you want my treasure? Then I'll search for it at the end of the fog sea." And the cards of blasphemy were a type of treasure. Set activation incantation to 1. The ancient Hermes word for peace? That's not right. This way, there's no way anyone can obtain it unless a second transmigrator appears. This doesn't match the Emperor's idea of creating chaos and destroying order. Therefore, the corresponding Hermes or ancient Hermes word for pirate king. Klein gradually confirmed his thoughts and paid more attention to the layout of the exhibition hall. Under the guidance of the female guide, they left the restored study and entered another exhibition hall. After everything was over and he was free to move around, Klein asked in embarrassment, "What's up?" "Sorry, I want to know where the washroom is." "Upstairs?" "No, upstairs is the office area. Go straight down this road, then turn left and you'll see it." The female guide politely pointed in a direction. Taking this opportunity, Klein figured out the relationship between the washroom and the exhibition halls, and he sketched out a rough layout in his mind. At noon, he left the Royal Museum without doing anything and returned to 15 Minsk Street. Klein originally wanted to use the fool's tone to instruct Miss Justice and tell her that his adorer needed help, but after careful thought, he felt that it would ruin Mr. Fool's image. As an unfathomable figure, I have to appear more indifferent. I can't always ask for help on behalf of my adorer. At the very least, I can't personally mention such matters again and again. Klein thought for a moment and quickly came up with a solution. He decided to directly transmit the scene and voice of his adorer's request for help to Miss Justice. During this process, Mr. Fool didn't say a word. Phew! Klein exhaled, closed the curtains, rubbed his cheeks, and began praying to himself. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for a certain amount of help. I pray for someone to help me make contact with the bookmark in Roselle's creative manuscript. Help me do very little damage to it that's hard to detect, and tell me what reaction there is. In the meantime, you can silently recite the corresponding Hermes or ancient Hermes word for Pirate King. No matter who provides help, even if there's no reaction, I'm willing to give £500 as compensation. This will be deducted from the £5,000 that have yet to be paid. If there's a reaction, I'm willing to give more. After doing all of this, Klein waited for a moment before entering above the gray fog. He saw the screen of light that displayed the scene of him praying. Chapter 321. Empress Borough, inside Earl Hall's luxurious villa. It was supposed to be time for piano practice, but Audrey was still sitting in front of her dressing table, imagining how she would read and memorize Roselle's diary in the evening. Suddenly, Her surroundings turned hazy as an endless grayish-white fog surged out. In the middle of the gray fog was the fool's figure. He was listening to a man's prayer that was so blurry that she couldn't see him at all. "I pray for some help. I pray that someone can help me make contact with the bookmark in Roselle's creative manuscript." How did Mr. Fool know that I would visit the Roselle Memorial Exhibition after the museum closes today and have a chance to come into contact with certain things? Audrey listened in a daze. Although she was surprised, she didn't find it strange. With Mr. Fool's status and ability, it's very easy for him to grasp such a trivial matter. As for how he grasped it, ordinary beyonders didn't need to understand. Audrey was about to respond when she heard the fool speak in a low and calm voice. "You can choose to accept this commission or not." Audrey pondered for 2 seconds. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I can give it a try, but I can't guarantee success." She wasn't too interested in the minimum reward of £500. The reason why she accepted the mission was that she was curious about what was so special about the bookmark left behind by Roselle the Great. It actually made Mr. Fool's blessed place so much importance on it, to the point of offering an uncapped price. "Anyway, I'm going to read Roselle's diary today anyway, so I can do it while I'm at it," Audrey suddenly thought. In the gray fog, the fool Klein nodded slightly and replied with a single word, "Okay." When the illusion completely disappeared, Audrey cast her gaze to the dressing mirror, seemingly scrutinizing herself in it. She felt nervous and uneasy, but she also excitedly made plans for the evening's operation. "I can't let anyone notice anything amiss. If Mr. Fool's bless takes any action after this, I can't be the focus of suspicion. I can't just touch that bookmark. Once I lose it, all eyes will be on me. That's why I have to show the same interest and attitude towards all the items. I can't let others see that my main goal is that bookmark. The entire process has to be gentle and not abrupt. It has to be reasonable and logical. How do I cause small, unnoticeable damage? That's just a bookmark." Audrey's eyes swept over the objects placed on the dressing table without any focus. Suddenly, her eyes stopped on an open jewelry box and a pair of gem earrings decorated with fine needles. The corners of her mouth curled up a little, her eyebrows slightly curved, and she said to herself, with Susie's help, it should be enough. At 6:00 in the evening, Bakeland, where the sun was hard to see in this season, was already dark. The gas street lamps were lit up one after another. The Royal Museum had sent off the last batch of ordinary visitors, but it welcomed a group of visitors consisting of the Earl's daughter, the Duke's child, the young Viscount, and other people of noble status. As they knew that some of the noble children were fops who often caused trouble, Max Livermore, the captain of the Machinery Hive Mind's West District team, who was in charge of guarding the memorial exhibition, had no choice but to disguise himself as a security guard and follow them all the time to prevent any accidents. His hair was neatly combed back, and he wore a monocle. He was as refined as a university professor. The monocle was actually a sealed artifact, codenamed 3 to 1328, nicknamed Crystal Eye. Through it, Max Livermore could directly see spirits, ghosts, and shadows. He was no longer afraid of beyonders using these normally undetectable things to cause trouble or steal. Of course, this sealed artifact also had a significant disadvantage. It was easy to attract wraiths, shadows, and other monsters nearby. If one wore it for a long period of time, their vision would be irreversibly reduced. In the gloominess of Bakeland, she's like the bright sun. At that moment, Max was looking in admiration at the blonde girl beside him. Audrey looked at the toilet bowl that was inlaid with gold foil and engraved with complicated patterns with great interest. She asked the guide beside her, "Isn't this a toilet bowl?" She asked the guide beside her, "Is this the first toilet bowl in the modern sense?" "Yes, I personally believe that this is one of the outstanding contributions that Roselle made to human civilization. It and its accompanying sewer project changed the phenomenon of the streets of Trier being filled with Heh, filthy things. The guide originally wanted to say the word feces, but when he looked at the girl in front of him, he felt that he couldn't lose his elegance. Audrey deliberated before asking again, "Can I touch it? Can it still be used normally? Can it still be used? Why are you so curious about this? No matter how old it is, it's still a toilet bowl." The other nobles who were on good terms with them laughed out loud. The other nobles who were on good terms with them laughed out loud. "No, Glaint, you don't understand. This is the glory of human civilization," Audrey replied with a faint smile, but she made a vomiting gesture in her heart. "If it wasn't for completing Mr. Fool's blessed mission, I wouldn't have wanted to do this either." She sighed helplessly. The guide echoed, "That's right. Miss Hall said it very well. The glory of human civilization is not only reflected in cannons, muskets, and other weapons that have changed the form of war, but it also shines in every detail of our lives. Respected lady, I don't know if it can still be used normally, because no one uses it." As the commentator spoke, he glanced at Max Livermore. After receiving an affirmative nod, he continued, "You can touch it or even open the water tank to take a look at the mechanical structure inside, but please be careful." "Thank you." Audrey watched as the security guards opened the glass wall. She took 2 steps forward and carefully touched the pump button with her right hand, which was wearing a white gauze glove. Then, she slowly stepped back and smiled. "All right, that's it. I've satisfied my curiosity. I can't hurt it anymore." She kept in mind that her character this time was that of an innocent and curious girl. After reading this, they entered the exhibition hall with Roselle's diary. After a round of introductions, Audrey asked again, "Can I have a look at this notebook? We are all very interested in this strange symbol. I heard that paper that exceeds a certain age will be damaged even if it comes into contact with the air, not to mention directly touching it. It shouldn't work, right?" She blinked her eyes, making her beautiful gem-like eyes express sincerity, desire, and a little disappointment. The commentator glanced at Max Livermore again and waited for him to reply before smiling. "The church has used a special preservation method to make the paper look like it was only produced a few years ago. Even if there was no such method, we will try our best to satisfy your request. However, you may need to change your environment and change your clothes, and go through a more stringent process. You can turn it, but don't take too long. Don't use too much force." Audrey's eyes instantly lit up, and no one could take their eyes off her. After thanking him sincerely, she opened the glass cover with Viscount Glaint and the other mysticism enthusiasts and carefully flipped through the notebook. Audrey tried her best to remember, but because the symbols were too complicated, she could only remember a limited number of them in a short period of time. "There's about 2 pages of content in total. I wonder if there's a way to make a copy." Her thoughts wandered and she gave her seat to her companions on the periphery. Just like that, she made a request to carefully admire something in every hall, and her request was basically fulfilled. After walking for a while, they arrived at the restored study. Audrey maintained her previous state, asking a few questions from time to time, fully displaying her curiosity. When the guide introduced the creative manuscript, her eyes lit up and she said, "That's right. Can I look through it? I want to see what the great inventor, Roselle's manuscript looks like and what wonderful ideas it contains." "No problem, beautiful Miss Hall, Honorable Viscount Glaint. You can all flip through it. If any of you are devout believers of the church, you can even apply for a copy," the guide answered according to Max's hint. As a believer of the goddess, Audrey could only respond with a faint smile. It wasn't convenient for her to speak. At the same time, she pretended to stroke her hair and reached out to touch her right ear, quietly removing the earring. Then, the glass covering the desk opened. Audrey took a step forward, pressed down on the manuscript, and pretended to casually pull out the bookmark. She then casually flipped a page. At that moment, Susie, who had received her hint, suddenly barked from another direction. "Woof! Woof! Woof! Everyone's gazes were immediately drawn over. Audrey lowered her arm and used the ear stud in her palm to stab at the bookmark in her hand. She silently recited the words, "Pirate King, once in Hermes and once in ancient Hermes." The sharp needle-like ornament touched the surface of the bookmark. Just as it was about to penetrate deep into the other side, Audrey immediately felt a strong and illusory resistance. Abnormal resistance. The resistance disappeared in a flash, and the thin needle left a small mark nearly piercing through. There's really a reaction. It's really odd. Audrey's eyes narrowed, and she didn't dare to try again. She raised her hand and placed the bookmark on the table. Then, she looked at Susie and calmly instructed her maid, Annie, "Yes, take it to the washroom." "Yes, Mississippi." Annie quickly led Susie out of the exhibition hall. "Yes, Mississippi." Annie hurriedly led Susie out of the exhibition hall. Clang! Taking this opportunity, Audrey threw the earring in her hand to the ground and turned her head. "Sorry, I dropped my earring." Another maid hurriedly came over, picked up the earring, and helped her put it back on. This interlude was over in a flash, and everyone's attention returned to the manuscript. After they had roughly flipped through it, Security Officer Max Livermore hurriedly clipped the bookmark back in and closed the glass cover again. In the next few exhibition halls, Audrey remained very interested. Just like before, she didn't show any abnormalities. After leaving the museum and returning home, she found an opportunity to recite the fool's honorific name and report the outcome of the matter. "I did as your adorer requested and damaged the bookmark a little." Chapter 322. There's an abnormal reaction? It looks like it really is a card of blasphemy. Upon receiving the reply, Klein, who was above the gray fog, was first delighted before he exclaimed inexplicably, "Miss Justice is way too efficient, isn't she? I only commissioned the mission in the afternoon, but she completed the verification in the evening. Furthermore, this is clearly past the closing hours of the Royal Museum. Telepathist definitely doesn't have any infiltration type beyond her powers, either. Man, her family's power is probably greater than I imagined. Thankfully, there weren't any strange phenomena during the verification. Otherwise, Miss Justice would have to pretend to be innocent and hand over the card. And this means that I'm not fated with the treasure. Nothing is 100% certain." As his thoughts flashed, Klein heard Miss Justice's follow-up question. "Mr. Fool, what secret is that bookmark hiding?" "Well, if your adorer isn't willing to give an answer, just pretend that I didn't ask. Of course, it's hiding the secret of a card of blasphemy." Klein sighed with emotion in his heart. After careful thought, he decided to wait until he obtained the card of blasphemy before replying to Miss Justice. He didn't want her to be too shocked and show any abnormalities, which would negatively affect his actions. Klein wasn't in a hurry to return to the real world. He sat in the silent and empty ancient palace, thinking about when and how to take action. Miss Justice has caused some damage to the bookmark, and I don't know if it will be discovered in the future, or if the bookmark will slowly show signs of abnormality and attract attention. Therefore, I can't delay or wait. It's best if I take action tonight. After having all sorts of thoughts for a while, Klein gradually came to a decision. Following that, he conjured the layout of the first floor of the Royal Museum and the general environment of the surroundings based on the results of his morning observations. Looking at the blueprint, Klein began to deduce different plans of action, and he quickly established a relatively safe plan. Finally, he did another divination to confirm the level of danger. Seeing that there were no changes, he returned to the real world and began to make various preparations. Klein's original plan was to respond to himself by drawing the pattern in his memory and forging a similar bookmark. After he infiltrated, he would replace it to ensure that no one would notice or know about this matter for a long time. When it happened, there would be no way to trace it back to him. However, after repeated deliberation, he felt that it wasn't a good idea. As long as a fake bookmark was discovered, the most suspicious person would be Miss Justice, who had touched the original bookmark today. I can't put Miss Justice at great risk for the sake of treasures. She's doing this to help me. Klein finally thought of a way to prevent Miss Justice from being suspected. That was, not only did he steal the bookmark he needed, but he also stole the surrounding bookmarks, including some of the lighter books. Phew! Having made his preparations, Klein took out his golden pocket watch and opened it to take a look. He patiently waited for the time after 9 o'clock before midnight. If it was too early, the surrounding people wouldn't be asleep yet, so they wouldn't be able to fulfill the requirements of his plan. If it was too late, there would be almost no pedestrians on the street. Just walking on the streets would make it easy for him to be suspected. And during this period of time, due to the serial murders, all of Bakeland was in a state of lockdown. This was beneficial to Klein's operation, but it was also disadvantageous. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The hands kept moving. As the night deepened and the crimson moon appeared, they finally exceeded 9 o'clock. Klein put away the master key and other items, picked up his cane, and first went to Eastborough to change his attire. Then, he took a rental carriage a few times and arrived at a place that was quite a distance away from King's Avenue in Westborough. And at this moment, an hour and 35 minutes had passed. His original plan wasn't actually like this. He wanted to use the method of summoning himself and responding to himself to become a spirit body. He would then use his extreme speed to fly across the distance from Sherwood Borough to Westborough, and then sneak into the Royal Museum. With the help of that uniqueness, he would be able to succeed without anyone noticing. However, he eventually gave up on this plan because of the potential and high risk. Bakeland had high-sequence beyonders, and there was more than one of them. In a situation where the serial murders had left people in a state of panic without being solved for a long time, there might be high-sequence beyonders who were consciously using their beyonder powers or the corresponding sealed items to monitor certain areas. And the distance from Sherwood Borough to Westborough wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. The chances of a special spirit body flying over wasn't low. This couldn't be completely ignored just because the divination results said that there was a certain level of danger, but it wasn't very high. This was because divination didn't give an intuitive answer, but a revelation that needed to be interpreted. In other words, the outcome of "there was a certain level of danger, but it wasn't very high" required a premise, and that was that he had made a relatively good choice. Therefore, to be cautious, Klein modified his original plan, but he retained the core idea. 2 King's Avenue, Royal Museum. On the polygonal roof, there were 4 security personnel in woolen coat. They endured the cold wind of the late autumn night and carefully examined their respective directions. Once someone approached the museum, it would be difficult to hide from their eyes even if they used the shadows of the trees and houses as cover. Just from this arrangement, it could be seen that the security company that had accepted the commission was very professional. There's still half an hour before the rotation starts. A security personnel looked down at his companions who were patrolling the building and trembled. Inside the museum, the remaining security personnel were divided into 4 batches. They followed different routes and patrolled the various exhibition halls at intervals. In the exhibition hall where Roselle's diary was stored, the Machinery Hive Mind Team's captain, Max Livermore, wore a monocle that allowed him to see wraiths, shadows, and other spirit-type monsters. He carried a lantern and went back and forth to check on the situation. From time to time, he would go somewhere else to confirm the situation. His 2 subordinates remained in the small hall, beside Roselle's diary. However, there was an additional item placed on the glass cabinet. It was a pile of colorful building blocks that formed a miniature picture of the first floor of the museum. This was also a sealed item. As long as the deformable building blocks were pieced together into a corresponding building, it could establish a connection with the real thing. Once someone intruded, it would immediately shrink. Of course, there were many limitations to this. It wouldn't do if the distance was too far, and it wouldn't do if the number of building blocks it had wasn't enough. And the people and objects inside were almost unable to leave without external help. "Captain, do you think someone will really steal this notebook? I don't understand it at all," a team member asked out of boredom when he saw Max return with a lantern. Max smiled. "Some people worship Roselle very fervently. It's not something you can understand. Some of them believe that they can crack it, but they just need more reference. Some believe that the symbols themselves contain mysterious powers. As long as they find the right combination, they will obtain beyonder powers." In previous exhibitions, such criminals would be caught from time to time. That's why we didn't take the diary away and placed it in the sealed land. "Are we waiting for someone to surrender themselves?" another team member asked in enlightenment. Max nodded. "Who wouldn't want a merit that's right in front of them?" 18 Kings Avenue, outside the building near the crossroads. Klein followed the shadows and sheltered areas, occasionally using the master key to walk in a straight line before finally arriving. He took out the simple brass key again, aimed it at the kitchen door, and silently twisted it. As the water rippled imperceptibly, Klein entered and passed through every door and wall he saw. Without alerting anyone, he found a storage room. "This master key is really useful. It's just that the previous two owners got lost in dangerous places, so I didn't dare to carry it around with me." Klein sighed and put away the brass key. With the servant's bedroom beside him, he took out the holy night powder and released its spirituality to seal the entire storage room, preventing the commotion inside from escaping. Then, he took out a candle and placed it on the box in front of him. Puff! He snapped his fingers, causing a pale blue spirituality flame to emit from his fingertips. After the candle wick was lit, he summoned himself according to the ritualistic magic process and went above the gray fog to respond to himself. In less than a minute, Klein floated in the room. Opposite him was his body, whose eyes had lost their luster. After familiarizing himself with this feeling, he rapped the ancient and exquisite Aztec copper whistle, making his spirit body more stable and powerful. A cold wind began to swirl in the room. At the same time, he also used this power to slightly change the appearance of his illusory spirit body, making it seem as though he had painted his face with a layer of paint. After doing all of this, Klein took a box of common matches he had bought on the street, cut a transparent door in the wall of spirituality, and walked out. "Let's go," he silently encouraged himself, and like a real ghost, he passed through one residential house after another and successfully arrived at the periphery of the Royal Museum. There was no need for him to activate his spirit vision. In this state, he could clearly see every security guard. Their auras and emotional colors betrayed them without any reservations. After finding the withered lawn and the iron-black lamppost that faced the exhibition hall's window, Klein didn't swagger over while ordinary people couldn't see him. Instead, he followed the shadows and followed a route that was difficult to see. He passed through the tree carvings and obstacles before carefully arriving at his destination. He stuck to the wall. He couldn't guarantee that there weren't any members of the machinery hive mind among the security guards. And at this moment, the 4 security guards who were carefully examining the areas they were in charge of on the roof were like real blind people, unable to discover anything. Klein didn't directly enter the exhibition hall. This was because his spiritual perception and intuition told him that the museum's first floor was enveloped by a mysterious power, and also because he couldn't confirm if there were any beyonders inside. He followed his plan and circled to the other side, to a bathroom that was closer to the exhibition hall where Roselle's diary was. He threw the box of matches he carried with him into the vent.